Attention, attention. You are listening to a pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. Curious Realm is busy traveling the vast void of time and space to find the best paradigm-changing content the universe has to offer. Enjoy the following transmission, and remember, stay curious. Coming to you from the City of the Weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's official coverage of the 2025 Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico. We're so excited to be here as media at this event. We're going to be garnering some great interviews. We're going to be talking with some amazing researchers who are here presenting. Follow us inside. Let's go take a look. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Curious Realm's official coverage of the 2025 Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico. We are at the amazing UFO Museum right here in Roswell. Welcome back to the show, Kid Seland. How are you, my friend?
Thank you, Chris. Great. I've traveled a lot, so I haven't had much time to rest up lately, but...
You have literally been world traveling. You just got back from a trip to Peru where you were out looking at geoglyphs, things like that, large petroglyphs, and you gave a presentation about that. Here, let's get into that presentation a little bit, Keith.
Okay, sure. For those of you who are new or who don't know me all that well, I'm an anthropologist, so I study people. In other words, the people that the ancient people that created the archaeology that most other scientists follow. There's a niche for studying the people, and that's basically what I do. So in my travels, I uncover as many discoveries as I can about the minds and the thought processes and the experiences of our ancestors as the best analog that we have currently for preparing, as my advocacy, preparing for our futures, including future relationships with ET. So I'm a little bit of a futurist and ufologist also. Yes. So by studying those people, our ancestors, which basically they are us, we're them. Their minds are exactly the same as ours are today. We should thank them for giving us all of the accoutrements that we can enjoy. Yeah. They're like I said, they are us, we're them. Our anatomy is the same as theirs. Yeah. So in studying them and all the expressions of symbolism and the geoglyphs and the petroglyphs and whatnot, their communications with them, they included spirituality, the cosmology, the gods, deities, and the ETs. The experiences that they had with them. So my presentation takes a deep dive. Finally, it's morphed into showing the audience where they had their experiences and the meaning that they derived from those things.
Yeah, precisely, because experience, as we say on the show regularly, Keith, experience is where science begins. Like, that's literally the first step of the scientific process is observation and experience. So to discount even a story of an experience from an indigenous culture is pretty unscientific. Like, that should be where you're starting, because those experiences are, like you said, what build the culture. Those are what their beliefs end up being built around, things like that.
Right. And in many ways, You brought up a point about the study of science and the procedures that they do, the methodology. There are laboratory scientists, and then there are what I call forensics.
Sure.
Okay? So in the field of ufology, where there is a dearth of testable, laboratory, not verifiable, but repeatable knowledge, the laboratory scientists come up to a big constraint and speed bumps in that it's incompatible. That's where the science of forensics comes in dealing with testimony, observations, including from our ancestors, which, as part of my deep dive with them, they were so much more aware and holistic and resourceful and observational than we are today.
Absolutely.
To help them to make their discoveries and apply all of their experiences with spirituality and cosmology and the concept of a soul and things like that into their lives.
Absolutely. And, I think much like a lot of situations, we really tend to anthropomorphize a lot of things, Keith, and especially when it comes to ancient technology. We just did a whole episode with RKOX about technology and the idea of a hammer is technology. Like, it helps you build things faster. It may be a very simple form of technology, but it's technology.
That we didn't always have.
Exactly. And quite literally, like you said, we are no different from the ancient people. The only difference is our separation from these things as a point of importance. For them, as we say on the show regularly, as we said with you before this recording, they lived and died by the stars. They lived and died by weather cycles, all those things. We take a lot for granted in this day and age as far as mere survival. Whereas those things were ingrained in their culture. There's a reason, when people are like, oh, they weren't that precise. No, they were pretty precise because they were regular observers of the night sky. Like, they knew exactly what day of the year that star rose.
That's right. Through repeated observation,
That's right.
They had the time to do it.
Yeah.
And
the absolute necessity.
That's correct. So that all fit into their lives and day-to-days and year-to-years about being so immersed, connected, and synchronized with their environments and everything around them, including the planet Earth and the night sky, the skyscape. As part of what I call my version of the axis mundi, which included the skyscape, the terrestrial scape, which the surface that we live on, and also Mother Earth, which
Subsurface.
That's exactly right. As things in our three-dimensional universe that exist, and they made all the connections between all of them. As I'll give you a quick analogy, they for a certain period of time, and these, when I talk about ancient cultures, there is some divergences and some nuances of their lives and maybe evolution in little ways, but for the most part, it's universal. When you talk about one culture's phenomenon and behaviors and attitudes and things like that, it was universal. So in any event, they were so immersed in how will I put this, in their observations, that they were able to develop their ways of life to the point that, as a conundrum of mine, I mean, there's so many advances that they made, but one conundrum that I'll probably spend the rest of my life studying and probably will never answer that. Our ancestors, with the resourcefulness that they had, they discovered and created the concept of a soul.
Yes.
And we're talking 100,000 years ago with our Denisovans and our Neanderthals, which developed the ritual of grave goods, burying the earthly attributes with their deceased ancestors.
Yes, sending things to the afterlife.
That's right, and the remembrance and worship of that. The soul is such a trans-dimensional kind of a thing. Where is the provenance of that? Where did they come up with that?
Yeah.
They were so in tune with their environment and everything else around them. And that's the antithesis, I hate to say, of where we are today, in that we are so out of touch and asynchronous with everything else.
Well,
it's a learning point.
And this is something that you and I talk about on the show regularly. And what the Humaniverse Guide is literally about is, are we ready? It's not if the government's ready. It's not if aliens are ready. It's whether or not humanity is on that scale of intelligence and even empathetic universal love, capital UL, to make that step of communication, or would they just lock the door as they go by? You know? And that idea of, are we prepared to make that bridge? Are we even emotionally ready as a species to make that bridge?
And see, we've let the government for so long make those decisions for us.
Sure.
And you know, I hate to bring this up too, but, well, they have the threats. They have the power and they have the control. And that's another big dimension of when studying our ancestors. Again, their minds thought when they developed urbanization and the revolutions of not only agriculture, but of thought that created the Neolithic.
That's right.
The socialization and the leadership potentials and ramifications of having to govern a village and then a city.
Well, kind of like the discovery that the Mayans didn't always sacrifice people. It was not an ingrained part of their culture from the beginning. The sacrifices to chalk happened like in the last years of that society as rain stopped coming, things like that. And it became the bat god underground needs blood and chalk needs blood for this to come from the sky so that we can be saved.
And this is a socio-political governing strategy by leaders.
Absolutely.
By the narcissists of society, so to speak.
By the people that society has entrusted with that sacred duty of either being the channel to the divine in that kind of way, or being the one that says, hey, it's time for another sacrifice, like it's schedule time.
Correct. And the big difference in even bringing up the subject of sacrifice shows in their deficiency of knowledge. It's not an ignorance. It's just that they didn't have the knowledge. For an example, they didn't have the language to write a chemical formula for water or for anything like that. So they had to rely on their instincts for a lot of other things. But the urbanization and the development of leadership that needed, and governance that needed to control a society through versions of power and of coercion, such as the ritual, the ceremonial activities that they did around trying to answer questions about ecological conditions. You just brought up climate changes and things like that. Part of my study, I do a little bit with Native America Cahokia in the central U.S., East St. Louis. And civilization that grew up to be the largest Native American city, period. The land footprint is 7.5 square miles. Today's standards pretty big. In any event, for 400 years it thrived. All of a sudden it disappeared. Well, why was that? I'm starting to do studies as a climate phenomenon. That region in the U.S. is well-known seismic activity called the New Madrid Fault. That is why you see the Mississippi River. Follow the course of the river on a map. It's very straight from the north, but then when you get down to Missouri and Arkansas, it starts zigzagging.
It is also what helps the Mississippi River occasionally run backward.
That's exactly right. So I'm working on research with that, developing the thesis that why did Cahokia fall? As a response to massive earthquakes, the leadership had to pull out all of their toolkit to be able to try and strategize and do what they could do to help calm the citizens, the population from that. That's the behavior.
Absolutely.
That's the behavior.
And that's just it. Once again, it echoes to the fact of we are our ancestors are us. We are no different. The only difference is we know how to make lithium-ion batteries. Like,
advantage.
That's really the only difference. Ancient Egyptians were fully gold plating things with the Baghdad battery. Generations ago. What they didn't know was, once again, the chemical formula that we would put down for a dry cell battery. You know, but they knew that if we took these two metals and this acid, that we can get like the equivalent of a AA battery out of it. Put a few of those in series, like you only need about 5 to 12 volts to be able to electroplate something.
Yeah.
And that's high technology.
So as an example of a universal example of our ancient societies, all the expressions of symbolism, the glyphs, and a lot of pottery, things like that, the communications were created for royalty. They weren't for the average citizen.
Yeah.
So what the average citizen population was to follow, was to listen to and adhere to the governance of. And in the terms of socialization and keeping the cohesion amongst the population, the ritual and the ceremony were created as almost divine, right?
Yeah.
And gee, Chris, don't we still do that today?
Absolutely.
We are them, they're us.
Yeah,
That's just another example of it.
And it's one of those. It's sad whenever I hear we have people like Stephen Myers on regularly. I love Stephen Myers because he's one of those. It's like I'm sorry, we did not need aliens to build the pyramids. Like we're pretty ingenious people. They were already floating things down the Nile. Why wouldn't they just flood the Nile and just float it right over and drop it in place?
Yeah.
You know, instead of dragging it a mile through the desert.
The fourth, the fourth grade arithmetic.
Yeah.
And I'll even grant you that they had elephants as a possibility to move stones.
Sure.
And that there were substructures in Giza that existed thousands of years before Khufu made claim to it. So, in other words, the 2.5 million stones for Khufu may turn out to be like 2 million or something less than that. But still, from the inscribed stories that we still hear, the fourth grade math says 4 minutes they had to place a stone.
Even
24/7.
Well, yeah, and even nowadays, and there have been numerous times that National Geographic has assembled teams of the best, engineers, things like that, to try and build a scale-size pyramid in a scale-size amount of time. They still can't do it.
With the architecture, the masonry.
However, I also think that they're following kind of a flawed practice because they're trying to build this whole thing. And when you actively look at the pyramid, there's some very integral parts inside that are precise, the chambers, things like that. But between that and the casing stones, it's a random assemblage of stuff. They basically piled rocks on top that made it look pretty on the outside.
And that's right. Yeah, window dressing of a sort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like throughout the entire structure, everything is fit with that precision. It's just the inner part that needed the vibrational range, things like that. And then the rest was filler in between that and the outer casing stuff.
That's right. But to still be able to place all the stones in a 24/7, 22 years, 25 years, that's still 4 stones an hour.
Absolutely.
And you still had to have survival and labor structures for feeding all of the construction
24/7
people.
workforce.
For 25 years. Yeah. How are you going to light up a space as big as the pyramid?
Yeah.
They had their oil lamps and everything, and they used to dig many tunnels, a saparium, and all those a lot of other temples, serapeum, and a lot of other temples in that. So there's all the evidence of that, but still the arithmetic just still doesn't jive totally to where they can say, and I'm totally the advocate, we've got to give our ancestors more credit for being smart, resourceful, and intelligent.
Absolutely.
But
they are literally the professor on Gilligan's Island, man. That is the example that I give people all the time. All you need is one person that can think outside the box with the materials at hand.
That's right.
Feel free to look at how we got people back on Apollo 11 or Apollo 13.
Yep.
Where
a tin can with rivets.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
So it's like That's one of the reasons why every astronaut has to have an engineering background, because you may have to do that in the middle of space with absolutely nothing. Like, we're going to talk you through making an air filter right now.
You bring up an awesome point about the astronauts and going into space and whatnot. And this ties in with a lot of my advocacy and discussions and lecturing with people, the public, about preparing them for our future. Yes, the future will include ET as a most important thing, but we still have other future stuff to go about.
Right.
But I'll give you this point with the astronauts. It's in my my currently published written book. There's a concept called the overview effect.
Okay.
That was only created during the space age, and I believe the researcher's name was Davis, that picked up the ball doing science research. All the astronauts, when they took off into orbit, when they were able to look back on planet Earth, it became transformational to their lives.
Yeah.
They looked back on the big blue dot, and they discovered that the Earth, figuratively and in a lot of ways literally, has a heartbeat.
Yeah.
It is a living organism. And with their knowledge that on that organism exists 8 billion human beings, all the animals, all the water and geology and climatology and all the sciences to go with it. And then when they turn around and they see uncounted numbers of other planetary bodies and stars and whatnot, it changed the way they viewed their lives and existence. Those are the things that our ancestors had that we don't seem to be aware of today.
Well, you know, those are the things that quite literally, Keith, every experiencer has and goes through. And that's like we're presently working on a protocol for group therapy on things like that, because it's funny how even when you have an experience, it can be hard for you, like much easier for a culture like that. And the example I give is Thiago Tietche. He is, when I interviewed him at MUFON in Covington a couple years ago, he is the sole investigator for MUFON in Brazil. One investigator for all of Brazil, one of the world's most populous countries with UFO sightings. And there's one dude fighting the good fight.
All of that,
But I was like, Thiago, you're there in Brazil. Tons of Amazonian tribes, things like that. Now, I know they probably don't make a 2-3 day trip into town on the river to come see you to make a report. But whenever you go out to, let's say, a logging company, an oil drilling company, something like that, to take, accounts from witnesses, have you ever talked to the local tribes? Have you ever talked to them about sightings? He's like, oh, absolutely. They have them all the time. And I was like, why don't they report them? He's like, because they're not strange to them. These have been in their stories, these have been in their culture for millennia. So for them, there's nothing strange to report. For us, it's something strange, not to them.
Because of what we developed as a society, technologically, we've created a myopia.
Absolutely.
That is the antithesis of what our ancestors enjoyed with their existence and their learning and their immersion in their environment.
There is a concept that I've been talking with a couple of people, and it's an actual physical thing that happens. It's called night myopia. And it's the idea that, like, at night, you're focusing on something so hard that object actively disappears from your sight. And you can practice this, folks, quite literally. Feel free to, like, put a pin up against the wall and start focusing on that pin and just focus on that pin intently, and you will eventually see that pin just dissolve away, just vanish.
The neurology defines that,
And it's fascinating to see that, and it's fascinating to think about that in the world of encounters, in the world of how we think about things, because once again, we might myopically be focusing on something so hard that we are missing every bit of the target around it. that is fully available and ready to be analyzed.
Yeah, it's kind of like another analogy. Personally, I'm in a running group back home. And and I've done a lot of hiking and stuff, and people seem to be attracted to the speed of the hike. I mean, you're walking through nature, 10 miles worth of magnificent mountains and natural creation.
And they're power walking.
And they're running through this thing.
They're power walking
and
like it's the mall.
Stop and look at the roses. You don't even smell them, but at least look. Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what our ancestors, they all did. And they were able to still live their lives and advance and make inventions and evolve to where we are today. But we've lost all of that holism and that harmony and that connectedness with all of the things that make human beings and what make life, the great chain of being.
Yep.
And they knew that all those links had to be together and that they were the most important link. They knew that.
Yeah.
But they were able to keep the chain together. And today we've lost that ability.
We've definitely unfrazzled the rope a lot into individual strands that are never as strong as the braided rope.
Yes, that's right. And then now the big challenge is to try and get them back together again. And I suppose that's me. That's where I.
And I was just about to say here in the last couple minutes, how do we begin to do that? How do we begin to make that, I guess, global mentality shift, that global spiritual shift to a point of true outreach and empathy? You know, the idea that once again, maybe now they'll understand that it's not that we want the conversation, it's that we're mature enough for the conversation now.
Yeah, I think we're aware enough. I mean, there's isolated incidences and examples of people who live their lives that will be advocates for preventing deforestation, as an example.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not advocating to get violent and bellicose over the things.
Not.
No, that's not.
That helps nothing.
Yeah. By this example, our ancestors used the moral code called the Tree of Life. And a lot of cultures actually had the Tree of Life as a great spirit.
That's right.
But within that Tree of Life was all of the attributes of life as a human being. The spirituality, the groundedness, the roots of a tree, the strength of a family unit, the trunk of the tree. The rising up through the branches and the leaves, the patterns and the cycles, the repetitiveness. Leaves grow each year, then they fall down, the seasons change, but then they come back, and all through the years, a tree will keep growing and growing and growing and growing. And you've got all of these biology and social attributes of family units and cohesion and harmony and balance, and the interconnectedness of all of those attitudes and behaviors with their environments around them as the great chain of being, all the other animal lives, all the other trees, the ecology, the weather, the climate, everything else to do, the heartbeat of the earth, the overview of that.
We really do have to find a new point of homeostasis with the world around us, quite literally. And that real biological concept of homeostasis, where different species find a point of balance together within an ecosystem.
Right.
And sadly, I hate saying Agent Smith is right. But it's one of those, it's kind of frightening because, in that way, we are a disease. We are the only thing on Earth, aside from a virus, that will come in and just lay waste and decimation somewhere.
Yes, that's right. And
that's really only modern man in that kind of way.
Yeah, from our ancients, again, when they developed cities and urbanization and whatnot, the socialization and the groups, the communities, they had then the leadership and the power and control behaviors, became ingrained in our basal brains. I mean, that's part of us today. We're aware of this to help guide us for our futures, and I think it's maybe a reason why ET hasn't just come down and introduced themselves originally, is that we have to realize, stop killing ourselves.
Yes.
The petroglyphs are replete with war and smiting and conquering and destroying the old cultures and everything like that.
Yeah.
Maybe in this way, as a more basic and as a biological, we can see through, grasp onto this and look at us as human beings and take this example. We are genetically compatible. It doesn't matter our skin,
That's right.
our nationality, our socio-political viewpoints, our gender, our age.
If it mattered, then a liver from Africa wouldn't be able to go into a dude in Detroit.
That's exactly right. We have to be aware that we are all the same as human beings. And if we can accept that, and I'm not even saying eliminate governments or whatever, it's us as people. And when we can accept that, that's going to go a long way, I think, to helping us in our future and getting us out of our myopia and starting to recognize that the Earth does have a heartbeat and we're a very big aspect of it.
We are a part of that, and we can be synchronously or asynchronously. We can gladly be a fibrillation, or we can be a help to the system.
So let's get all our musicians, and they're already on board, our musicians, but our government, politicians, and business people and scientists. Hey, we're all the same species.
Absolutely.
Let's live in peace and love and harmony and the tree of life.
Yep.
And I think that'll help us quite a bit.
Keith, it's always great talking with you, man. I cannot wait for dinner tonight. It's going to be fantastic.
Awesome.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about the Humaniverse Guide, where they can go to get their copy, where they can go to follow you and all of your amazing adventures in Peru, everywhere.
Everything is under the my brand of the Humaniverse Guide. All my books available, Amazon, all the booksellers, Apple, Barnes & Noble, whatnot. I've got a new manuscript that's in editing right now. It will be titled Humaniverse Guide, We Are Them, They Are Us, Our Ancestors, Us, and E.T. And it's my deep dive tying in with my lecture series about studying our ancestors. Everything else, you keyword the Humaniverse, my website, all social media. I've got a Blue Sky account now too.
All right.
So to tap into that as a better resource than Facebook. Sorry, you can edit that out if you want.
It's a little less skewed.
Yeah. So, but everything, my brand is the Humaniverse Guide, so you can look me up all through that.
Keith, always a pleasure, my friend.
Awesome.
Always.
Thanks you too, Chris. By the way, I'll be at MUFON. In
great.
Cincinnati in a couple weeks, so I hope you're going to be there.
I will not be there this year, sadly.
All right, darn.
But it would have been nice to full circle that.
Yeah. All right, maybe next one.
That's right.
We'll coordinate.
While you are online checking out everything from Keith Seland and the Humaniverse and getting your copy of the Humaniverse Guide, stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all the episodes. That's also where you can find your link to Curious Research, as well as your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log and our all-new remote viewing session journal. So stop on by, check those out. Every purchase from Curious Research goes to increase research in the world of paranormal. So stop on by, check that out. We'll be right back after these messages with our continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico. After this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico. We're very pleased to be joined by our good friend Thom Reed. Welcome back to the show, my friend. It's been a long time.
It has been, man. How you doing?
Doing great. Last time we saw you, and well, in person, and had you on the show was at the MUFON conference in Denver many years ago.
Yeah.
And
Symposium.
It's been great to see you progressing things with the UFO Park, all the events that you've been having with that. But the one thing that I really wanted to sit and talk with you about is disinformation, and the idea of disinformation. Your story, and sadly, I hate using the term Berkshire's UFO.
You're right. Name of
but
the TV
sadly,
show,
that's what most people know it as.
I know. Isn't that unfortunate?
Because of this realm of disinformation. And that's what I want to talk about today, is the idea of how these things get obfuscated, how a family's story ends up being called something completely different.
Like a story.
Yeah.
Not history.
Exactly. Because your case is fully documented by not only the state of Massachusetts, by the UN. It's one of the great cases in the MUFON library.
And the Roswell Museum.
The Roswell Museum
played a part in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's get into your experience to begin with, and then get into how this experience ended up being twisted kind of by the media.
It was really twisted.
Absolutely.
By the TV shows primarily.
Exactly.
I think part of that is because I'm very factual and I want to stick to I think I have a responsibility to maintain the integrity of what really happened.
It happened to you.
But I think others are looking for more wow because, and unfortunately, if I do that, if I go there and try to expand a little bit or whatever, maybe even my feeling on what happened, suddenly those locals and the Historical Society and the governor's office, they frown upon that because they did not induct like an abduction case. And so when I was actually approached, I had to sign something, believe it or not, like an electronic email saying that I would not make a fool of them if they moved forward and did something with this in memory of my late father, is how it started. And I agreed to that too, but I also understand that if the state and the Historical Society and many other pillars in the area saw this, were part of it, and are just looking for that validation, and they're putting their trust in me, I can't let them down or say something that might embarrass them, or they lose confidence in me. So I'm always like, hey, this is what happened. These are the dates. You make up your own mind. But the TV shows don't want that. They want the Joe Dirts of the world, and they want to have these people that are just whisk me away like some Harry Potter film. I'm not going to do that.
Well, and it really is one of those, the sensationalism is what sells. It's what makes it sexy, and it's one of the, I say it on the show all the time. Can't we just make science sexy again? Like, you remember when actual science and facts used to be really
used to blow people's minds.
Edward R. Murrow used to be a real sexy dude on TV because he just gave you the facts and only the facts, man. And now, no, we need to lead you down a storyline.
And they always go down the same path. It's like, I'm not part of that, right? I am going to remain factual. True to what happened. And if you want to follow me, great. If you don't, there's plenty of other people there to whisk you away with some silly story.
Well, and it's funny, even within communities, to see people attack you about this, that kind of stuff. Because I
haven't seen a whole lot of that. But.
Well, I mean, it's just the idea that people insist on calling it what it's called by the shows. Instead of what the actual experience.
Let me tell you about that, okay?
What the experiencer says.
Okay, so here's how that happened, right? This is going to blow your mind, all right? Ready for this?
Please.
This is what I'm going to talk about today, too. A lot of things that I haven't said before. Okay, so I'm going to open up a can of whoop ass right now, okay? All right, so what happened was at berkshiresufo.com was my website, okay? And so Unsolved Mysteries said they would name it after our family because it was our family that got inducted.
The Reed family.
There is no such event as the Berkshire's UFO. That was the name of a website. Okay. And if you could look when I bought the website and when the show came out, it's like a year apart. Okay. So with that said, once they rebranded it, the Berkshire's UFO, Now you had all these other people going, I was part of that. And they're like, no, you weren't. Because the case revolves around my family's diner, that 1960s diner. That's where those that were working on the space race that had moved in from outside, from Albany, New York, Boston, whatever it was, to work at Sprague Electric, GE, and the rest of them, Command Aerospace, Pratt & Whitney. They were now bored. They didn't have a lot to do. The Berkshires only had one radio station. There wasn't even a middle school in this town. That's how small the community was. But there was a racetrack, and my mother used to race horses and everything. So the racetrack was really important in the community. That was their fun. That was their enjoyment.
Sure.
And so these people coming in from outside would go to the racetrack, and then rather than pay an astronomical amount for a corn dog, they'd go to my mom's diner. And so my mom started getting this influx of people that were coming in from out of town that wanted to talk about the space race in a way that other people wouldn't hear them because in fear of they could lose their jobs because it was a secret space program.
Sure.
So my mom would lock the door and let 15 or 20 people that had moved into the area listen, she'd pump quarters into the jukebox, talk about what they wanted to, but my mom overheard a lot. And so with that, in the sightings we had, in the event that we had, we would talk about that with those people who had moved into work on the space race, which kind of fueled the idea of a goodwill message to be left on the moon by Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
Those people who forged that, the people that actually made it, were paying customers in my mom's diner.
Wow.
When we were talking about UFOs and the space race within the same four walls. And I'm talking like for years. So there's this idea that maybe we're the ones who really kind of planted that seed for them to run with, right?
Yeah.
So with that, those who were part of that diner back in the day, those who were, you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Those were part of those 3 or 4 years are the ones that are involved in the space race. Like there's a girl on the Berkshire UFO episode on Unsolved Mysteries, Melanie Kirchdorfer. She actually used to come in, and my mom would make her grilled cheese sandwiches with sauteed onions and all that. So my mom remembered her.
Sure.
She was part of that. The other guy, Tom Warner, that had long hair, the Joe Dirt character, he hadn't a clue until 2015. So here's how he got on the show. Ready for this?
Please.
So how Warner got on the show is that I had been in contact with Cindy Boyle, the segment producer for Unsolved Mysteries, for a couple of years before they ever shot it. It was going to go on NBC, and then it was bought by, Netflix outbid them, right? So then it was going to Netflix. So it took a while for that whole transition to start over and say, okay, we have new film dates, whatever.
Yeah.
So I didn't know when it was actually going to be. So I was in Puerto Rico with my son on vacation. He took me to Puerto Rico, actually. And that was nice of him, right?
Yeah.
So they were calling me, and I wasn't answering the phone because I didn't have service. We're going back, 10 years or 8 years? Anyway, whatever it was, from when we actually filmed it. And so with that, I get back, and, oh my God, Tom, are you okay? We're sorry to hear what happened. What are you talking about? Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. What are you talking about? And I'm listening to all these panic calls, right? And we heard you were in jail, but it's okay, we don't care as long. And I'm like, what do you mean I'm in jail? I said, I was in Puerto Rico. I said, it's okay, Tom, don't worry about it. No, you don't understand. I wasn't in friggin' jail. I was in Puerto Rico, and I had to show, where my hotel stay and all this kind of stuff. Yes, so listen to this, it gets better. So I come to find out that Unsolved Mysteries had called the Historical Society, this one here, right? And a Tom Warner answered the phones with the same first name as mine. So at first, some of these people were like, I want to talk to Tom about the UFO case. Oh, I'm Tom. It could have been accidental. It could have, but then for him to understand what was going on, he went through the files. Because I was supposedly in jail, he had an opportunity to step in.
Wow.
So after that, it gets better. After that, he, because I wasn't there, he actually started filming with them because they were already in town now, and not knowing where I was, they started mixing up their call sheets. We'll shoot this person, we'll shoot that person, because I didn't want to travel all that way for nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's kind of how he got in it. But afterwards, I came on, and I'm like, my mom also was like, I don't mind stepping in too, because we felt like, what are you doing? Because this is our case. It's not his. This is our case, right? And so my mom got in it to kind of to share her thoughts of what happened, because she's getting older and she didn't mind supporting us. But I thought at the end of the day, they had filmed the governor's citations. Yeah. They had filmed the Historical Society letters. They had witness statements. And something else that's really interesting they also left out was that the lawyer working for the Historical Society they weren't, I should say she was working on behalf of the Historical Society, came all the way to Roswell. She was actually interviewed right over there to mine for documentation. It's loud. Let me wait a second.
No, you're good.
To mine for documentation regarding our case going to the United Nations.
Yeah.
And she found a lot of documents. And so they signed off on it because the Historical Society needs what they call source documents. They can't right. And so she had to look at them, make sure they were real, and then verify the signatures. And once they were like, yeah, this is a copy of an actual document, once they signed off on it and had it stamped by a court magistrate or whatever, now the Historical Society could now utilize those documents or pieces of paper to say, yes, I can now use these as source documents, and now we can rule on this thing. Then I was asked to take a polygraph test, and I passed it. So they had the letters from the radio station, the information that Roswell played in the part of letting that woman mine for information, the 200 and something witnesses, which, that at the time I don't think it was that many, but now there is. And then I passed my polygraph test. And then the fact that our diner was the hub for conversation during a space race and very possibly launched the idea of the goodwill message, the Historical Society said to me, Thom, this is a quote, Thom, people aren't coming to the Historical Society to look at the latest musket ball. We have our own reasons for really wanting to do something with this.
Yeah.
And they kind of pitched it that, we'd like to pay tribute to your late father for advocating something that the entire area was laughed at for a long time. He lost his life on the anniversary of our case being mentioned at the UN, which we don't think is an accident, but I can't prove anything.
Sure.
And so with that said, they said, well, maybe we could do like a little memorial. And that memorial became a monument. And then that got taken from, people were spray painting graffiti. And so then Ancient Aliens donates some money for a sculpture that was now put in the park. And then all of a sudden, all these people came out of the woodwork like, I want to support you. Travis Walton has a bench there, Ben Hansen, the daughter of B.B. King, the family of Steve Ray Vaughan, the Roswell UFO Museum, Travel Channel. I mean, it became like this beautiful friggin' area.
Yeah.
It's a little buggy, but it's a beautiful area. And so I think my father would be proud.
Yeah.
Because this whole thing really, if it wasn't for his passing and the okay to mention this in support of the Hudson River Valley sightings, which, so you've got the Housatonic River and the Hudson River.
Yeah.
And so the reason our case went to the UN was that could have what happened over the Housatonic River carried over to the Hudson. And that's why we were asked to participate in this United Nations symposium. We were not a front runner. We were just a supporting,
supporting cog in the machine
of the Hudson River investigations. And of course, with Cash and Landerman came up too, because of the environment that we experienced around our car. So that's really what happened. So what bothers me, I'm sorry, Chris.
No.
What bothers me is that this gets turned into a joke because the whole thing about the Berkshire's UFO, that's not even a real case. Everyone knows it as the Berkshire's UFO. That's my website.
And that's just it. The reason I wanted to talk about this is because one of the things that we talk about on the show regularly is that quest for actual capital T truth. And the fact that if you actively take a trowel to the dirt, it normally doesn't take long to scrape these things away and actually get to the real dirt underneath something. And once again, the fact that your experience, especially the experience that you talk about with abduction, things like that, very landmark. And Stanton Friedman came and talked to y'all, all kinds of things. It's not like it was just reported to the newspaper. This was a massive investigation.
Stanton was actually,
all kinds
at
of
the
things.
United Nations with our case was discussed, and Robert Bletchman, my family's lawyer, was actually the public relations director for MUFON at the time, and Don even knew him.
Yep.
So we had ties to the museum from the very start. We never knew it though. I didn't know what a MUFON was.
Yeah.
Well, and once again, the idea of how this story has been covered, how this story has moved
recklessly
into the modern time. And the prime example, even again, is the recent documentary that came out about the Napolitano
incident in New York.
And she had the same issue with Unsolved Mysteries or Netflix too, where they just almost like set her up.
Peter Robbins put forth lawsuit against them.
Yeah, I know. I spoke to their lawyer.
I know.
Same thing that happened to me. They tell you we're gonna focus on you. You know, what do you want to talk about? Oh, I've got these documents. You know, can we at least pay tribute to my late father? Sure, Tom, no problem. And then all they do basically is, in a roundabout way, ambush you.
Yeah, precisely. And the idea of being able to lure somebody in that way
derail
to disrespect
it's been
not
derailed.
only their experience, but to derail the conversation
right.
to begin with. And honestly, I'm not hugely conspiratorial of mind, okay? However, I will say this. Things like that, things like the Napolitano documentary, things like...
Same network.
Things like Stephen Greer saying that Kathleen Martin's aunt and uncle experience was not real.
Stephen Greer wouldn't know anything.
These
Stephen
things,
Greer is an idiot.
I think these
I'm going to put on record. Stephen Greer is an idiot. He's an absolute asshole.
Well, and it's one of those...
How's that?
Hey, how are you going to plant a memory
out, right?
for a trope that doesn't exist in society yet?
Yeah.
Well,
here's the thing.
Like alien abduction wasn't really a hot topic conversation at the time of Betty and Barney Hill's abduction.
Right. Yeah, come on. It was before anyone even knew what a gray alien looked like.
Exactly.
You know, Whitney Strieber's book Communion didn't even come out to the 80s, right? And this, our case and hers. Now, if you look at the, I'm derailed a little bit.
Please.
But if you look
Not even derailed.
Okay, if you look at our image over there, the body looks completely different. But if you look at the head, that was drawn when I was 10 years old. And if you look at it, it's not that different from what people experience today.
That's
and
right.
that was drawn like back just right after the Betty and Barney Hill thing, which nobody had an image in their head yet of what these things look like, right? Because back in the day, if you look at the old black and whites, there are all these monsters, all these outfits.
Absolutely.
If you look at the head of that thing, it looks like a gray alien.
Yeah.
To this day.
Well, and that brings up a really interesting point, because right over here is one of my favorites, Gort. I've got little Gort in my pocket. But, until those things...
That could be a song, Gordon in my pocket.
Until... Don't make me. Until those situations, until experiences like that, that was the idea of alien.
Right.
It was mechanical.
Yes, and look at that. And look at that, right?
It was something totally different. We have that up on screen. We'll take a picture and put it up on screen so the audience can see it.
But this is what I mean about when you have those, like, Kathleen's family and those who have really had an experience, I think it's about time to stop, turn it into a circus. I mean,
that's right.
Just listen to what the person has to say.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree or believe in it. It's up to you to make your own mind.
Yeah.
But these are facts. But they get so convoluted, right?
That's it.
And then you have those people, like, I'm going to go back to Stephen Greer, right?
Yeah, sure.
That, he'll go on a podcast or whatever, making it look like he's being interviewed by somebody of importance and say, I was offered $1 billion not to say this. Are you kidding? They whack you for 500, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people would. I know people that whack him for $500. I mean, come on, don't, because if you want to get away from skepticism,
that's it.
Stop polluting the topic.
Thank you. Thank you. Crisp high five.
Right.
Absolutely. Because,
Thank you.
And that's just it. It's one of those, it's hard because science is now interested. And it's really interesting to, I'm a big proponent of the change to UAP.
You are.
Because it brings anomaly into it, and that is full on a part of science that they have to eliminate from their data set.
You don't think that UAP was kind of a spin to say later on,
I'm not gonna say
we
it
didn't
wasn't.
lie about UFOs because we didn't refer to them as that?
Oh, no, absolutely. That
Right.
was fully the reason for changing the
That's what I thought,
nomenclature
too.
to begin with, was, now we don't have to report it. We've got this new system that we're to ATIP, everything else.
Yeah,
so we're
yeah.
going to change it to UAP so that, yes, we do not have to fulfill a FOIA request by
Because
the Black
we-
Vault. When the
because-
Black Vault comes and says, we want this UFO thing.
we don't have to do anything.
We don't have
We
to
didn't
do
refer to it
anything.
as that.
Absolutely. However, I think what it's also done on the flip side, because sure, Arrow, very shammy in a lot of ways. I think it's beautiful that we now have a unified system of reporting that will not take people's clusters or wings.
Is it going on one?
It's coming on it. You have to go speak here in just a minute.
I do, yeah. I'm just looking at that real quick.
But that's just it. It's the fact that it brings anomaly and a part of science into it by muscle. And now science can't ignore it.
No.
Because anomaly and phenomenon are part
So
of
what do you
scientific
think? What do you think is
study.
going to happen with the stories now? Because now we're going to show this is really what's happening. Like if you look at our
Now it's the military saying we planted all those stories to cover up our stealth
I'll
technology.
tell you why that's not true either, though, because I don't even think we were able to back engineer anything. Because I've heard from members of Congress that they do know where there is a particular, craft, and I'm here. This is firsthand, and they can't access or penetrate the outside shell of these things. So I'm wondering, are we really back engineering or are we mimicking?
Exactly.
I think we're mimicking,
Yes.
not back engineering.
I would tend to agree with that.
Okay,
in
cool.
a lot of ways. And I've said it on the show regularly.
Yeah.
I think that there is a 95 percentile of what is seen is ours. But there is still a 5 to 8% anomaly
that we
is
can't
not.
explain.
That is not. And that's
off-world
what
for
we
sure.
need to study. So.
And by the way, I've never actually said I was abducted. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because we were extracted from the vehicle by government.
Yeah.
And the ignition on our car was turned off when it was running. Headlights were off, and my mother and grandmother were reversed in the vehicle when we came to. And we all came to within like 5 minutes of each other. We didn't all come to at the same time.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so that's why I've always said I wouldn't take that leap. Because my gut tells me that government was involved with all the government in the area and everything happening at the same time, the space race and all that. Chances are it wasn't. We saw something, we were part of something. I remember seeing something off-world or an entity.
right.
But I think we were an underground base or something. I don't know where, I can't, obviously, but I would say government took us from the car because that seems like human error.
Yeah. Well, and Tom, it's kind of beautiful to hear you say that, because one of the things we say on the show all the time is just because what you have in your red circle on your picture has been proven to be something else does not remove your experience.
Right.
It doesn't remove that moment that changed your life and widened the keyhole of your perception. And even though this memory years down the line is something that you've thought about it in a different way,
Right.
it doesn't subtract the experience. It doesn't change what happened. It doesn't change the way that night changed you. And that's a beautiful thing to hear you say.
And we're all part of a bigger picture.
That's it. Hey, thank you as always for your time, my friend. Let
Absolutely,
everybody know where they can go to keep up with everything that is Thom Reed and UFO
Well,
Park.
actually, berkshiresufo.com is where you can find me, or ufopark.org. A lot of information is there from the government, those emails and that correspondences that I've had and everything else. You can find all the facts right there. So berkshiresufo.com or ufopark.org. And
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Tom has to go speak.
I do.
Well, he does that. You
I
stay
just
tuned,
kind of
everybody.
did as like a warm-up. I'm going to say the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So while you're online checking out everything from Thom Reed, UFO Park, and berkshiresufo.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of our interviews from great events such as the Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico. Stay tuned for a continuing coverage, everybody, right after this.
Thank you.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Dennis Balthaser. He is the creator of the Roswell Tour documentary, and for years prior to COVID, you actively did live on-site tours of the crash site, things like that.
For 7 years to a day.
Wow. Now, what brought you into doing that?
Back in the 80s, 70s and 80s, I'd lay in the backyard and wonder what was out there. And then I started hearing about Roswell a little bit through books. I bought a book, bought another book. I wound up donating 350 books to the library here.
Wow.
And I'm convinced that there was a cover-up. I can't tell you it was aliens. I don't know that for a fact. But whatever it was, it's been covered up for 77 years.
Yeah.
So basically, that's how I got started.
Wow.
My background is civil engineering.
Okay.
I had 3 years in the Army, engineering battalion. They sent me to Greenland twice. I never forgave them for that. And then I had 33 years in Texas with the Highway Department.
Oh, wow.
And moved up here in 97 when I retired.
Okay.
In fact, I helped move in this building in 97.
Wow.
This is an old movie theater they converted.
Yep.
So the rest of that's history. I've been involved with it over the years for about 30 or 35 years doing the research.
Okay.
And in addition to Roswell, which is my primary research, also done underground bases,
Oh, wow.
Area 51 in Nevada, and the pyramids of Giza.
Oh, wow.
So I was busy with research for 30 years.
Yeah, well, and especially as a civil engineer, when you start talking about things like underground bases, that kind of stuff, like it's pretty fascinating. We now have like Boring Company who's out there
it's unreal.
doing things, but people don't realize that technology has been around for decades.
Well, for instance, FEMA
Yeah.
has emergencies. They're always there.
Yep.
They have over 100 underground facilities.
Oh, wow.
They have computers. They know more about you than your mother.
Yeah.
And we believe they have all Americans on that
Absolutely.
system.
Yeah, and that's something that we talk about on the show all the time is, of course, the rise of AI, but it's nothing new.
No.
Like I grew up in the 80s hearing about, server farms under Oklahoma that were listening to every phone call. The only way you're listening to every phone call is to be sorting that with AI. You didn't have a bunch of people with a PBX system tapping in, recording something, So
Yeah, the technology we've developed in the last 50 years. I tell people at lectures, if I have a computer problem, I call some 12-year-old kid to come fix it.
Yeah.
Because that's my knowledge of computers.
That's it. Find a 15-year-old that knows how to use this thing for me. Now, with that in mind, especially talking about technology, recovered technologies, things like that, you're many years out on site. What were the things that you came to find at the site, Dennis?
Not a thing at the site.
Okay.
They were sent people out there. Military people went out at least twice, shoulder to shoulder, and they absolutely cleaned it up. Now, we have gone back several times, once with the University of New Mexico Archaeological Group, sponsored by the Sci-Fi Channel. We've done some digging out there, we've taken samples, nothing has shown up. So we'd like to go back again and do more research.
Sure.
But they got a new owner on the ranch, and he wouldn't let anybody in.
That makes things hard.
Yes.
And, I'm a rock hound myself, things like that. A lot of people don't realize what it takes to get a property owner to allow you to come onto a property, like even to search for agate or something like that.
I can understand he don't want
sure.
general people out there running around on his property. He's got sheep and cattle, open range, no fence. So I can understand that, but for researchers, he ought to let us get in there.
One would think so, and you do kind of have to wonder about that, especially with the provenance of the property, things like that.
I think the government paid him to buy the ranch.
Yeah, I would not doubt that one bit. There's There's the whole story of how the CIA helped Walt Disney purchase the property in Florida. Like, quite literally, they helped him purchase the property.
I learned things that I had no idea about since I've been doing this research.
It's all kinds of funky rabbit holes under the ground once you start digging.
Yeah, it really is.
What was one of the most fascinating things that you came across during your time of investigation and tours out there, Dennis?
Well, we've had over 600 first and second-hand witnesses over the years.
Wow.
They've all passed away.
Wow. That's a ton, though.
Yeah, and I've interviewed several that I knew personally. Two of the founders of the museum, one was the mortician in 47, Glenn Dennis.
Yep.
And the other one was the public relations officer for the atomic bomb group.
Oh, wow.
And most people don't understand that. The B-2 bombers that bombed Iran last week,
Yep.
they are the same group that was here in 1947.
Absolutely.
The 509th Composite Bomb Wing.
Yep.
And most people don't realize that, but
That's right.
they have been respected. They went from Japan when they dropped the bombs to Roswell to England and now in Missouri.
Yeah.
The same group.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And even the story of crashed material going to Fort Worth, stuff like that. Like, whenever you go onto that Air Force base, like
It went. The final resting place was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio.
Absolutely.
Where it is today, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But we do know it went there because we knew the pilot that flew it.
Yep. Yeah, precisely. And like you said, 600 witnesses over the years. That is a staggering amount.
You take the judicial system here now in the United States. One witness can put someone away for life or even execution.
That's right.
One witness.
Yep.
We have 600 and we couldn't get in the courtroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they waited till all these witnesses died to start having whistleblowers and stuff like that.
Well, and you know, the one thing that I bring up on the show regularly, Dennis, is the idea that if you look at the past history of things, the prime example I give is Area 51.
Yep.
For years, you know, you heard Bob Lazar's story. He was really the first one to come out about Area 51 in that kind of way, and S4, that kind of stuff. And it was poo-pooed for years and years and years, until like 1991, when some people sued the government because of off-gassing of fumes from the burning of stealth materials.
Right.
And then Bill Clinton had to be like, yeah, there's
Above
Area
ground,
51.
by the way.
Yeah.
That was not a lot anywhere in the country.
It was burn pits. It was just open burn pits, dump gasoline on it, and light it up. Jet fuel, rather.
You are aware of when it started?
When's that?
Area 51.
Shortly after 47, wasn't it?
1955.
Oh,
By
okay.
the CIA, not the military.
Yes, that I knew.
It was purchased and set up to test a U-2 spy plane.
Yep.
And every military plane we've had since then, it's been
Yeah.
test flown up there.
And that's the actual name, is the Groom Lake Proving Grounds.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But
I was there in '97.
even the idea of the secrecy behind that, and the fact that we eventually had to admit that. We eventually had to come forward. There were lawsuits. So we had to admit that, yes, there are secret bases.
We admit it's there. That's all we admitted.
And much like with the Cash Landrum case in Texas, right down the road from where my brother and I were born, those are things that led to federal lawsuits with people, actual court cases, things like that. So, when you're looking at, like you said, the idea of, in court nowadays, you'd be looking at, if you had 10 people that fingered somebody, you'd be pretty close to conviction. When you got 600 people that are pointing their finger, nobody wants to listen.
Right, exactly.
Now, with that in mind, where do we take the story now, Dennis? After your many years of looking into this, investigating it, bringing people out to the crash site, explaining the story.
Well,
how do we bring this to the modern generation?
The one thing that hurts us, those 600 witnesses have all died.
Yeah.
It's my hope that someone is still alive that was here or knows about it and will give us a deathbed confession.
Yeah.
I don't plan on that happening. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
But as far as the future of it, you can tell by the number of people that come here. We get about 200,000 people a year at the museum.
Wow.
Last November, we had our 5 millionth visitor.
Man.
So it's popular.
Absolutely.
Now, a lot of the locals could care less about it.
Yeah.
The story died 3 days after it happened. However, the museum gives the city of Roswell $60 million a year. So they may not like the event, but they like the money we generate.
Darn tootin'. And that's something that we actively talk about regularly. Like we sponsor, on my show, we sponsor the Falk Monster Festival. We sponsor a few festivals like that are specifically about localized things. And that it's actually really interesting. Whether you're talking about Hopkinsville with the Hopkinsville Goblins, Falk Monster with the Falk Monster Festival, and Falk, Arkansas, it's interesting to see how communities treat these things. They are either 100% behind it, or it's like 50-50. And like Falk, there's a good 50% of the older population that would rather the looky-loos go away.
This festival, they tolerate it.
Yeah.
Because they know it's going to be 3 days and it'll be done.
Yeah.
So they don't worry about it.
Well, and that's just it, though. It really does bring about a mentality that we kind of have to correct a little bit when it comes to things like this.
That's a good point. I have quit doing lectures for myself. I do them for kids.
Yeah.
They need to know what happened here.
Exactly.
I can't tell them what it was, but we know something happened.
Well, and the idea is to spark the imagination of the next generation. Like, I'm 50 years old this year. And
you're a child.
The example that I give, though, is whenever I walk into a Knights of Columbus meeting, people buy me beer. They're like, hey, look at this young buck. Let's keep him around. And I'm like, hey, we need to find a 25-year-old, my friend, not the 50-year-old.
Just for the record, I'm 83.
You look nothing more than 38.
Thank you.
But in all reality, it is the fact of, if we don't grab the attention of these kids, even for the scientific research of it, even for the open mind of looking outside the box, then by the time they get to the point of wanting to be a scientist, this will not be a point of interest for them.
Right, yeah. So, kids grew up with Star Trek, the X-Files, all that. It's no big deal to them.
Yeah.
They probably wonder why you have to research this. We know they exist.
Yeah. Can we meet the Romulans already?
Yeah.
And I want to thank you so much for your time today, Dennis. Truly.
You're certainly welcome.
I want to thank you for your years of educating people on these things. Let everybody know where they can go to get searching for truth, as well as Roswell UFO Tour and everything else that you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Where else can they find all of this material that you've done?
Can't.
You can't. You physically have to come to
I worked
Roswell.
with Stanton Friedman, the original researcher, for 27 years till he passed away.
Wow.
And I learned a lot from him because he didn't back down to anyone.
No.
And my thing is, I'm brutally honest.
You got to be.
And I don't go with theory or anything like that. I want factual information.
Yes,
exactly. And that's what I stick with.
Well,
and that served me well over the years.
Well, I want to thank you once again for all your work,
You're
everything you've
welcome.
done, and your continued work.
Thank
you so much for your time.
All right.
While you are online checking out everything about the Roswell UFO Festival, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find all the books, movies, and classes by our guests. Stay tuned through these quick commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing on-location coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival 2025 right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum. We have the great pleasure of being joined by our good friend Kathleen Martin. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks. It's great to be back with you.
Always great to see your
And in person
shining
this
face.
time.
Absolutely, yes. I love our Zoom conversations, but in person is always so much better.
It is.
You were here presenting today. Tell us a little bit about the presentation that you were giving.
I was presenting on a multidisciplinary approach to understanding ET contact or contact with non-human intelligence. So I had developed this actually for a different conference where I was the keynote speaker. So it was 2 hours long and I really covered a lot. But for today I had only 1 hour.
Wow.
So I covered UFO ET contact research,
Okay.
what researchers do, what characteristics we look for, what we find, what kinds of marks we find on people's bodies time and time again, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Then I went into the science, the scientific evidence, and I went into Dr. Roger Lear's research
Absolutely.
on implants and the special properties that they have.
Yeah.
And so went through that, that he had an implant that had an isotopic ratio that's not found on this planet,
Yeah.
that there was one that would broadcast into deep space, that these implants seem to have intelligence. They can be inserted, for example, in your foot and travel up your body to a place where they are undetectable.
Yeah. And his work was really fascinating, especially once you start getting into the biological response of the body, because most of the time, like, for instance, for years I had a piece of lead from pencil stuck in my leg from like the age of 8 until I was like 30-something.
Wow.
It took almost my whole life for that to dissolve and go away. But at the same time, every once in a while there would be a little bump there, something like that, where material would gather around it, white cells, things like that would attack it. And it's fascinating whenever you dive into Lear's work that was not the case.
That's true. It was not.
The materials found in people.
Yes, there was a thick protective coating over it so that the body would not reject it.
Yeah.
And there were fibers connected to it, so that connected to the proprioceptive nerve fibers in our nerves. And so the intelligence from this device could communicate with our body.
Wow. Now, when you're talking about it connecting to the nerves, in what way would it do that, and what were the results of that he found anyway?
The proprioceptive nerves were our sensory organs,
Okay.
and our spatial awareness, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And I don't know what he found. I'm talking a lot
Sure.
about my own research
That's
at this
okay.
point.
That's okay.
And so, it's a mystery in a sense, but I do know that they are interested in tracking the health of the human body. And so this is something they could do. The new ones are being placed in sort of into the jaw, for example, where it's inoperable, or into a place where there are lots of nerve fibers, and if the surgeon made an accident, the person would be paralyzed, so they don't want to remove it.
Yeah.
I guess they got tired of us removing implants and them having to replace them, that
Now,
sort of thing.
Through your research, have you found any other of the material that was able to send signal, receive signal, anything like that?
No.
Any of the other implants other than the one that transmitted to deep space that Dr. Lear found out about?
Well, during my research, the implants ended up dissolving. So the ETs were wise about what we were doing. They didn't like it. So if we remove an implant, then it will simply dissolve. I had a case where a man had his removed This is when I was the director of MUFON's Experiencer Research Team, which I founded. And so we sent it to MUFON, and they sent it off to our scientist for analysis. I had photographs of the implant inside the vial, and we tried to trick the ETs by having his blood in that test tube.
So it would still be in the medium.
Right. So they think it was in his body.
Totally.
We had to have it surrounded with dry ice to mail it. I don't know if that made a difference, but by the time it reached the laboratory, instead of being a silver sphere, it was just a blood clot.
What?
It was gone. And then I was speaking with a state director for MUFON, and she said, we have to bypass the protocols that we follow and send this directly to the laboratory because it's dissolving in front of my eyes.
That is phenomenal. And just to think of, especially a metal that would do that in human blood or other medium, that's pretty fascinating.
It is. And you know, it uses nanotechnology beyond our capabilities at this point. And so I think that maybe it is programmed to self-destruct.
Well, and there's, especially in modern technology, things like that, there's actively been a lot of work into the world of gallium. And just the way that it can move from solid metal to liquid metal, things like that, like programmable gallium robots, that kind of stuff. So the idea of using something like that that would be able to change medium in such a way would be interesting. Were y'all able, even from the material that was left, were y'all able to like spectrochromatograph anything to be able to find any material that was stray from blood?
You know, we were so unfamiliar at that time with it, the scientists did not do that.
Yeah. And now moving into your research now, because you spent years, once again, founding and leading the Experiencer Resource Team, things like that,
Yes.
MUFON. But your research has gone much further than that now.
Yes.
Let's start getting into that a little bit. What are you doing with experiencers and with your research at this time?
Well, I did a number of studies with others on studies where there were PhD scientists involved, and all but one, my earliest study with Denise Stoner. But now, since the Congress, U.S. Congress has its committee on UAPs, I have begun to wonder what the general public will think about this, how they would respond to disclosure. And we've had some limited disclosure, but Dr. Melanie Barton-Bragg and I are working on a study. We've reached our goal, which is 1,005 participants.
Wow.
People from the general public and people who have had some kind of experience with a craft or a non-human intelligence.
Okay.
And so it's a long study. It is now with a university professor from Concordia University in Canada. And he and a student of his are working on it over this summer using AI in order to do a statistical analysis.
Okay.
And we're hoping that we'll end up being able to have a peer-reviewed journal publication. And then Melanie and I intend to write a book or two on our survey for the general, one for the general public, maybe one for academics.
Okay. And as you interviewed people from the general public and put them through this study, I know the study is not complete, but what did you gather just kind of as a whole, your snapshot picture of things? How did people receive this information?
Well, the majority on one of the questions said that they are not frightened, which was a real surprise to me.
Yeah.
A huge surprise. There was only a small percentage who were frightened, but still we have to worry about them.
Sure.
And think about how to handle that. And I think that a lot of these were the more conservative Christians who believe that it's all demonic. And so Dr. Melanie Barton Bragg is a minister, was a minister, I should say. She's retired. She's also a psychotherapist.
Yeah.
And so we talk to ministers when they come to conferences.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating because, you've got the 1952 Brookings Report that, of course, famously said, like, if you find anything out there, like, while we've got Sputnik and all that in the air, if you find anything out there, you really shouldn't tell the people because, well, like, more advanced societies normally destroy the lower class societies that they've come in contact with, and it may just very well unravel the fabric of humanity.
Well, that was based upon human behavior.
Absolutely, absolutely.
and we're a warlike species.
Yes, absolutely. And even though the recent study done by NASA, which made all kinds of headlines because it was like NASA hires 12 theologians, but that was some of the questioning. Was of course you're talking about something that would have global impact and would change it for some religions, maybe not others. You look at Eastern philosophies, that kind of stuff, probably a little bit more open-minded to such things because it's in their history, it's in their religious text. However, when you're talking about the great majority of, once again, Christian-founded people, it may bump up against some really hard belief sets that they have that may change the way that they look at the world, no different than an experiencer has that ontologic shock, and it changes the way that they view the world. And
we have listed every major religion.
Yeah.
And so we have the statistical data on their responses.
That's great.
Christianity is the largest religion in the world, but and I wish we had had a larger sample of non-Christians.
Sure.
It's smaller, and I'm hoping that the professor who's working on this statistical analysis is going to be able to get some solid information based upon that.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to hear the data, honestly, because it's a question that we bring up on the show all the time, and it's literally something that, as I was telling you earlier, it's something that we need to begin addressing.
Yes.
Just amongst people in general, because we've got to have open minds and open hearts with this. So I want to thank you for your time, as always, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Always.
So good to see you.
I cannot wait to have you back on the show, as well as the doctor. Once the study is complete, I'd love to have y'all on to talk about the findings and the implications and the possible implications of it.
That would be great.
Absolutely.
After we have that book written.
Yeah. Now, before we let you go, look at the camera, let everybody know where they can go to follow all of the continuing work of Kathleen Marden, get your amazing books, everything else.
You can go to my website at Kathleen with a K - Marden, MARDEN. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'll do that again. Kathleen, KATHLEEN -MARDEN.com.
Absolutely.
I'm also on Facebook, but I don't go there as often. And really, that's the only social media that I even have time for. I'm always busy working.
Same way. People are like, oh, are you on Insta? I'm like, yeah, I guess. Like, things auto-post there. Enjoy. But always a pleasure, Kathleen. Thank you so much for your time today. While you are online checking out everything from Kathleen Marden, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of the books, movies, and classes from amazing guests like Kathleen as well. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Donald R. Schmidt, who is the lead investigator here at the UFO Museum. Thank you so much for taking the time.
I didn't realize I'd been promoted. Thank you.
Well, how long have you been working here at the museum in Roswell?
It's not even working here at the museum. It was that I was a special investigator for the late Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
Yes.
Who was consultant of the Air Force Project Blue Book, and then he founded the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago, where I was his director of special investigations. I was on his board of directors for 10 years, and I was a skeptic. And the one case we wanted to go after was Roswell. We were so convinced we'd come down here to the land of enchantment, so to speak, and prove that this was nothing more than a weather balloon, as the government still maintains, or something just as prosaic, just as conventional.
Yeah.
And the more we realized that we were wrong, and that we decided that we were going to go wherever the evidence took us. No preconceived ideas of what this involved. Just let's see what adventure this portends.
Yeah.
And realizing that for whatever alternative explanations were proposed, they were readily dismissed. That, and the wonderful thing about a case dating back that far, that both jet and rocket propulsion were in their infancy. Radar was in its infancy. There were no satellites. There certainly were no drones. And so the skies were still fairly virgin, fairly pristine.
Absolutely.
So that list of alternatives, whereas today it might be hundreds of possibilities, was just a handful. And were all quickly ruled out. All we were left was what, on July 8th of 1947, when the Roswell Army Airfield actually put out that press release announcing they had captured a flying saucer. That's what we're left with today. The point being that we have to date interviewed over 600 witnesses who were either directly or indirectly involved, and down to a man, woman, and child from that time. It happened. It happened.
Well, and especially the fact of 600 witnesses. We were just talking about that with Dennis over here, and the idea of if you were to bring that into a courtroom, like good luck defending anything.
But you also, it's something that it's not a frustration as much as it is consistent with the entire, Roswell history.
The dialogue
is that the fact that at one point, when we were working with the late Congressman Stephen Schiff of New Mexico, and that would have been in the early 90s, so you're talking 30 years ago. And we were pushing for congressional hearings at that time. And it all fell on deaf ears. Not only could he not enlist other political support in Washington, but he was being stonewalled by the White House, by the Pentagon, by the National Archives, by all the branches of the military and departments of intelligence. No cooperation whatsoever. We had at that time over 150 first-hand witnesses, all whistleblowers,
Wow.
Unlike the whistleblowers that we see today, who are not whistleblowers.
Yeah.
It's like, I heard this. It's not what I
There is a lot of hearsay and
a lot of
conjecture.
hearsay. We had whistleblowers. And how convenient that now that all the Roswell witnesses are gone, now let's have hearings.
Yeah.
Now let's look into it.
Yeah.
And so right there, sorry, you're disqualified because you're demonstrating that there's an agenda.
That's
has
right.
nothing to do with unraveling the truth in all this. And how sad again, because the final victims are we,
Yeah.
American people,
Exactly.
the people of the world, who you're talking the biggest story of the millennium
Absolutely.
in 1,000 years, and that a handful of people have decided for all time. We have no right to know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
No patience.
Absolutely. You know, one of my favorite things that you have said thus far in this interview is one of my favorite words in this oeuvre of work, and that's skeptic. I think it's gotten a really bad I wear my S on my chest like Superman when it's time for me to be skeptic. I'm a believer of believers, Donald.
Right.
But because of that, my realm of proof has to be higher.
Of course.
You know?
As it
And
should be.
sadly, and you know
As it
what's
should be.
interesting, even when you're bringing up the modern whistleblowers, things like that, the realm of evidence, my father is one of them who questions the hearings that are happening. And he is not a fan of UFOs. He was laughing at me and my brother for coming this
But
weekend.
he still sees the hypocrisy.
Absolutely.
He still sees the theatrics.
Yeah.
And how much of it is scripted for effect.
That's what I keep saying on my show, is that you are not going to see a Houdini aha moment on the floor of... They are not going to wheel out a cart with wreckage and pull a sheet off of it.
And yet, that is all they would have to demand.
Yeah.
And I've worked as far as, and I've discussed this with Congressmen Burchett and Luna and Grothman, and before that Gallagher. What they should be livid about, UFOs withstanding, is that they have been deceived, they have been lied to.
Yes.
And that doesn't matter, again, the subject.
Yeah.
The fact that we demand, and we are ordering you, we want answers at the end of the week.
Yeah. Well, and you know, that's what I've said about the Grush testimony.
Yeah, and I've met with David.
Over anything. Is that you could...
He's not a whistleblower.
No.
He's not.
But I will say this: if he was somebody that was whose job it was to follow trails of money, like he said, I followed it to the door and they slammed it in my face. That's the question right there, because whether or not we end up, like I said, we will not see the aha moment. But we may end up with an Oliver North, the same way that we did with Iran-Contra.
Correct.
You know, where
the basement White House,
where somebody from an alphabet agency will say, "Yes, I am the person who wrote the checks.
Yes.
I am the person who did this."
Yes.
And hopefully, at least that comes about.
Exactly. And it's actually one of the things we checked into, for example, as far as the people that ran the books here at the base in 1947. And we wanted to see specifically what was the outlay, what were the expenditures back at that time. Was there an upsurge? Was there anything to indicate that something extraordinary had took place? And that was precisely the case. And you know what their excuse was? That they were conducting an exercise out in the desert at that time, which there was no documentation of, and that it involved, as far as dozens of troops and setting up a base of operation. Well, yeah, that all sounds like precisely what you did during the recovery operation. So it's like, I know.
Precisely, and it's one of those. It doesn't take a shovel to dig for it. It's a light troweling of the dirt to find these things, and the fact that you have uncovered so much of this. Where does it stand now, Donald? Where do we take it from this point?
Excellent. We've had now 5 archaeological digs at the debris / crash site. And the next time we're planning going in, we're going to use subterranean radar drones. And then within a 5-mile radius, that debris covered an area of almost a mile long. And then with the previous radar detections, it's a device that you have to push back and forth across the ground like a lawnmower. This will be able to canvas precisely, go deeper, and the idea that with the prevailing winds and the rain erosion, that things had even shifted off of that location. So that's why we'd like to, like within a 5-mile radius, that type of thing.
Precisely.
And so that, as part of the science of just always continuing our search for the physical evidence. But the other is still the human element. And when we're talking, as you mentioned earlier, as far as in a court of law.
Yeah.
And the point being that deathbed confessions, how many UFO incidents have deathbed confessions?
Absolutely.
Well, Roswell has dozens of them.
Yes, it does.
And the point being, they're admissible in a court of law for a reason, because people just don't lie at the end of their lives.
Yeah, there's no vested interest.
There's no vested interest in it. And again, it's demonstrable that just time and time again, people confess to things that they've withheld for even lifetimes. And so now, sadly, with all the first-hand witnesses gone, we're still seeking out the families.
Yeah.
And with the hope that their fathers, mothers, grandparents said something still before they departed.
Had some sort of correspondence with family, maybe had something in a hope chest.
Or right there, as far as in the hospital room.
Absolutely.
Within days of their passing, they finally, I was stationed down in Roswell in 1947, and this is what I saw. And to date, unanimously, across the board, each and every one of the deathbeds we have state on the record, it did happen. It wasn't from this earth. There were bodies recovered. And so, again, as you made the point, we could take this, and we've had judges, we've had many lawyers. We could take this in any court of law and win hands down. We have the preponderance of eyewitness, albeit anecdotal, but they were here. We can place them at the scene of the crime.
That's right.
They were stationed here at the base. They lived here within the city. They're in the city directories at that time. They're here. And the next thing being that we can demonstrate that collectively, whether the highest ranking officer or a child at that time, now grown, but nonetheless, they're all reading from the same script. They're all describing the identical characteristics of the materials, the metal, the wreckage, and also the bodies.
Wow.
What are the chances? 10 people see an accident, you get 10 different versions.
Well, you're definitely not going to have the government program them all to give the same cover story in that kind of way.
Precisely, especially a combination of military and civilian.
Yeah.
There's never any, as far as mutual work, a cooperation as far as between those two. And yet that is the case here. I had a psychologist who actually, I had written a paper, The Extraordinary Reaction to an Extraordinary Event. And where I actually demonstrated that time and time again, where it's mutual, it's the same.
Yeah.
And he said to me, I was always a skeptic. And then he says, you struck a nerve with me because, as I mentioned, witnesses to a car accident. And we've all witnessed and even experienced, sadly.
Absolutely.
But we have perspectives based on our own background because it's something mundane.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen to us, fortunately, every day, but nonetheless, we see it through rose-colored glasses, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Whereas with Roswell, because it was unprecedented, it was unique, and as a result, that perception is based strictly on what you witnessed, what you saw, what you held in your hand, but you have nothing else to compare it to.
Exactly. And you know what's fascinating is especially the eyewitness statements. I have actually written a log for people to go out and do field investigation, things like that, because of course there is that concept of the last 48, the TV show, where if the police don't get information regarding a murder in the first 48 hours, the likelihood of solving that dramatically drops.
It drops, yes.
So
absolutely.
the idea of having a journal for people who are out in the field doing UFO investigation, to write things down as they see them, as they see them in the sky. But when you're talking about these witness statements, the fact that 50, 60 years later, this is still emblazoned and ingrained in their mind, and they tell the same story without change over and over and over,
which also
speaks to something.
Of course it does, and which also, destroys this myth that these are faded memories, that as
That's
these
right.
were older people that...
These are visceral memories.
Yeah, precisely. And yet, then I always point out, for those of us who were alive on on November 22nd of 1963, we know exactly where we were, when the news broke, and even what we thought at the moment. And the same can be said about 9/11.
I remember the day the
For the-
Berlin Wall fell.
For the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And you weren't in, as far as East Germany at that time.
Nope.
I wasn't in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, and I don't know that we were in New York City on 9/11. But we will forever. These people, these witnesses, were there.
Yeah.
They were actually there. And what an insult to suggest that, well, that, they're going to lose track and they're not going to...
Of one of the most pivotal moments of their life.
And the point being that, as one of the witnesses said to us, it's the first thing I think of every morning when I get up, and it's the last thing when I think about when I go to bed at night.
Exactly.
So...
Exactly.
yeah,
And I mean, even right here behind you is Kathleen Martin, and her work with experiencers has literally revolved around that for decades
Yes,
now.
yes,
The
yes.
idea that when this moment happens, it changes everything. It's literally like somebody has
You don't
come...
sweat the small things anymore. You have an entirely new outlook on life.
The phrasing I use is, it's as though somebody has taken a crowbar to your keyhole.
Yes, yeah, I like that.
That is
I like
is
that.
your keyhole is forcibly open to a wider dimension of view
that.
through.
Yeah.
It's not even through your own doing. Everything you know and believe is questioned.
And let's also take it aside a step further.
Please.
It was a Japanese murder movie. It's called the Ramachan Effect.
Okay.
From 1950. And both sides present their case in a murder trial. And the judge, finally instructing the jury, says, I want you all to take into account that there are three sides to every story, three sides to every life experience. There's your version, and there's my version, and then there's what really happened. And the point being, what side has performed due diligence? What side has done everything they can as far as in performing due process to determine the truth? And the skeptics, the scoffers, the debunkers, have done next to nothing. With them, it's just a proclamation. It's just, it can't be, therefore it isn't. As opposed to those of us who are doing the archaeological digs, tracking down all the witnesses.
Proper skepticism.
And in our case, it was proper skepticism.
Exactly. And I'd like to kind of close this on that note, because a lot of my show, there are tons of shows out there that, go down rabbit holes of stories and things like that. I want to demystify. I want to help the kids that we see walking around us
like watching
right
a
now.
magic act.
Exactly.
You want to you don't want to know how they do it.
And unfortunately, I'm involved with the tech, so I know how it's done.
Sure.
But I'm never going to destroy somebody's illusion of what's happening.
Of course.
And their enjoyment of it. But skeptic is a dirty, filthy word. And I don't think it should be.
No, it shouldn't be.
Because the job of a skeptic is to be looking for the data that will change your mind.
As we just described, the Ramachan effect. Again, the skeptic still not closing himself or him or herself from off the truth as much as setting out to demonstrate and prove the truth wherever it lies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
and
you
that's what skepticism is.
Like you said at the beginning, it's no different than I've been in media for years. I've worked in newsrooms. Good news reporters just follow the facts where it takes
Precisely.
them. They are not coming at it
Doesn't
from an
matter,
agenda. They aren't
whatever.
trying to tell a story.
They're not going to rose color as far
It
as...
is straight Edward R. Murrow. These are the facts. Make up your own mind.
Precisely.
And where do we, especially with that in mind, with Roswell, Donald, how do we bring that to this next generation with that proper skepticism in mind, getting rid of the razzle-dazzle, getting rid of the media twist on things, all of that? How do we get them interested in the science of investigation?
And it is interesting you mentioned that. And it was something that struck me a few years ago, I was on college campus, and I was setting this all up with World War II and the Manhattan Project, you know, the development of the atomic bomb and all that. And I'm watching, and I'm realizing that these kids have no idea what I'm talking about. And like even this other day when I did an interview, and it was a young person, and I mentioned Bill Clinton, and they had no idea who he was. Reference. And to me, that's like, you don't know who George Washington is?
No frame of reference to the man who exposed Area 51.
So it's like, so okay, so that is the next agenda. And interesting that I have been approached by another publisher, and it's a writer that he is working with who writes for the New York Post.
Great.
23 years old, she's brilliant. I've met with her a number of times, and they want to do a book entitled Roswell Generations. And then from the World War II to the baby boomers, and then as far as the Ys, and now to the Zs. As far as bridging those gaps and bringing Roswell up into the present. And what, not as an attraction as much as you also need to know about this.
That's right.
Because if we allow it to once again die in the ash heap of history, we only have ourselves to blame.
That's right.
And so
right.
I see it as a golden opportunity, and I'm actually gearing up to start on it.
It's more than a red flag. It is red flares in the air.
Yes,
is what it is.
Yes, and especially with the World War II generation now just about all gone, and then the baby boomers who will follow. And
it's something.
AI is not going to preserve Roswell.
No, it won't.
No,
it won't, and it may not even help discover anything through with the way it hallucinates.
But though I should quickly point out that we are using AI. Or in the past, where we've used like polygraph, not admissible, but then PSE, psychological stress evaluation, which is a voice inflection, and even more accurate, but still not admissible. But now AI. Let's let, as far as artificial intelligence, determine whether the witnesses are telling the truth or not. And so for all the audio interviews, all the video interviews, and with AI, 98% truthful.
Wow.
And even the 2% remaining were just a little fuzzy.
Slightly.
Yeah, a little slightly. It wasn't, they're bald-faced lying. No. Wow. So the point being, okay, we would invite, now, Mr. Debunker. You can get your own AI people, and if it's legitimate, it should confirm, it should duplicate the same results.
Yeah, especially if you use that. Like I personally, one of my favorites is a Sci Summary. I love it because it only searches what you give it.
Exactly.
It is not pulling off the rest of the internet.
No
it's not
distractions, no diversions.
It's not going to hallucinate something from this rabbit hole thing on the internet that's somewhat tied with keywords. And those things are amazing. They're beautiful tools.
And that's where, just like before, like with calculators, and then as far as PC, the point is that we use them as tools and we keep them limited as well.
The example I give all the time is growing up in the 80s, what I heard from my math teacher all the time is you won't always have a calculator in your pocket.
Precisely.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
I got like 4 of them on me right now.
And again, anything that essentially facilitates truthfulness, accuracy, the idea that we're not allowing personal opinions which come a dime a dozen. That we're still working on factual data that we are then able to make as far as an accurate judgment and decision on what is reliable, what is not. Because as we know, I mean, there's so many sources that are unreliable. I'll quickly cite the example.
No, go ahead, please.
Wikipedia. The entire entry on Roswell is 100% government propaganda. And every time that we have tried to insert at least an opposite viewpoint, within 24 hours, it's gone. Now, who makes that call? Who's doing that? Is it AI? But then who programmed AI to essentially censor us? On the face of it.
To censor that data set. And that's something that we talk about on the show regularly, Donald, is the idea of dispassion. The fact that we have to dispassionately look at things. Even when we've had an experience, even if you took a picture at a paranormal investigation, just because what is proven in your picture is proven to be one thing does not subtract your experience. It doesn't change that moment where your keyhole was pried open, you know? I think both science and experiencers and believers both have this issue, both of them.
And what I love is that I'm at a stage in all of this where when I'm asked, well, Don, do you believe? And I'll go, no, but I'm 99.9% convinced.
That's right.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Belief implies faith.
Precisely. And I don't need to have faith that, but as my scientific director, Dr. Heineck, used to always remind us, when you conduct your own research, it's yours. Right. No one can take it away from you. And then you're the only one that can stand up for it. But then in it being your research, no one will be able to stand up to it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's so important. And that truly a big message, I think, moving forward, especially in this digital age with so many people out there and the tools that are at disposal now. It's, many of the tools used to be thousands of dollars, and you can find them pretty regularly now. Even a lot of the things like stellarium,
the
stuff like that.
As we have been checking the backgrounds of many of the whistleblowers and finding out that during World War II, these men were heroes. Yeah. They were Purple Hearts, and they were, as far as they would save their units in certain incursions, and that some of them were crash investigators. One of them turned out to be an expert in German technology, Luftwaffe specifically, German aircraft design and concept, the Horton brothers, and then he's involved here at Roswell. So it's like, it all makes perfect sense. That's why they called him in.
Absolutely.
Type of thing.
Well, and that's one of the things that I bring up regularly is that I'm a remote viewer. I work with the remote viewing community, and Hal Puthoff is the example that I give.
Absolutely.
He's an amazing individual, but he is read in on all these UFO programs because he's a laser scientist. He actively has to know how to vibrate a medium so that photons are changed on the way out.
Yes, way out.
There's a different level of vibrational knowledge of physics in that man's head. So to understand how some of these technologies may work, phasing, things like that, that's the kind of guy you want to talk to.
And again, it's his research.
Absolutely.
And he is the expert on
He is busy expertly trying to squeeze energy out of a vacuum in my home city of Austin, Texas right now. So that's his current research, is how do we piezoelectrically extract.
And that's what Dr. Puthoff is. That's what he is.
Exactly. And relates exactly to this same kind of technology.
And we have relied on Hal, and unfortunately he was, at least at the time, unable to do radioisotope on some fragments that we had recovered from the debris field. Wow. But he then referred us to where, and we always had to certainly be careful, because in the past,
things disappear.
It
happened to MUFON just this last year with a piece of debris from Russia that disappeared in the mail. They had to end up getting another piece.
We have to be smarter, and we also have to always be aware of who we're dealing with.
Yeah.
That these people, and they play hardball.
Yeah, they do.
And this isn't a game in their mind. This is a major chess match as to who's going to prevail, and we will.
Absolutely.
We will. I mean, they have won, as we would always say, we were racing with the Undertaker. That was always our, that time is not on our side.
That's right.
So our witnesses are all gone. As I described, we're now going after the families still. But Roswell continues to ride above. It's still the granddaddy of all UFO for a reason. And the government is presently up to 4 official explanations. I always joke, husbands, try that with your wives. But nonetheless, it was strictly a case of stalling for time, running out the clock. And then when that last witness is gone, it's cover-up complete.
Time.
And here we are, they're gone, but it's not cover-up complete because more people doubt and distrust the government than ever for a reason. Because their entire history is just, the definition of cover-up.
Well, like the president in my childhood said, the 10 most dangerous words in the English language. I'm from the government,
I'm here to help you. Ronald Reagan,
And you really do have to think about that, because it is in the.
And he was so honest to actually admit it.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's just it. And we have to call for that, not just with our local local governance,
local
but
government,
national
right.
governance as well. And it really does start locally. So the fact that you were here, boots on the ground with this, working with this, pushing this forward is still absolutely amazing, Donald. Before we let you go, what words of advice would you have for the younger generation, the kids out there listening, who want to get involved with UFO, UAP investigation in a real scientific-based way?
Be especially wary of anything on the internet, in that, as I had described a moment ago, that so much of it is revised history.
Yeah.
That they need to examine things from multiple sources and see the correlations, see what may conflict, juxtaposed to a pattern or lack of contradiction, and then they're at least going in the correct direction.
Yeah.
They need to, I believe, respect especially that World War II generation that is now quickly, fading into history, and that these people experience things that have set the course of where we are today. That things we take for granted, that there were many people that were willing to take the risks. The Chuck Yeagers, the Neil Armstrongs, as far as
people who strap themselves to tons of explosives
precisely.
to go find out.
And exactly, and we've lost that pioneer spirit, that ethic, that.
We need more Magellans.
We need more Magellans. We need more Columbuses. We need more, as far as Neil Armstrongs, and we need more of the witnesses at Roswell who were brave enough to finally step forward, like the Major Jesse Marcells, who were forced to still be the patsies, posed with weather balloon wreckage, and yet they knew the truth.
Yeah.
And then
when
when
they
they
carry that weight their whole life.
their whole life,
entire
and then when they realized their time was limited, that they finally stepped forward and went, "This is the truth."
And I know it sounds horrible to say, believe me, because it's one thing like, hey, you lie to your kid, maybe, Santa Claus, things like
white
that.
lies, that type of thing.
But when you lie to the people that you took your oath to defend, that's a different story,
Precisely.
and that's a totally different weight
Totally
on your
different
mind and on your soul in perpetuity.
Precisely.
Until, like Jesse did, he unburdened himself at the end of his life.
And just as a matter of fact, states that it was not from this earth.
That's it.
You can't get any more direct.
Yeah.
And that's all one needs to think of, that the lead intelligence officer in the U.S. military at that time, in charge of the atomic bomb, and that he would mistake off-the-shelf material, that of a weather balloon, for something, like I always say, it's the only time in history that a weather balloon was misidentified as a flying saucer.
That's right. That's right.
So,
So,
that just happened to be Roswell.
I want to thank you so much for your time
I
today,
enjoyed
truly.
this. Thank you.
I'd love to have you on again and again to talk about this, because it really is, I think, one of the most important
I'm
things
easy to
out there.
find.
Absolutely.
So,
we are connected on social media, all kinds of things.
Yes.
So I'll be sending you a link to this. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to follow all of the work of Donald Schmitt, where they can go to get involved and find out more.
Certainly through the museum here, the International UFO Museum and Research Center, Center for UFO Studies in Chicago, which is actually now the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies. And then I'm on Facebook at Donald Raymond Schmitt. And then my webpage is roswell/investigator.com.
Okay. Fantastic. Once again, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it too.
While you were online checking out everything from the International UFO Museum here in Roswell, as well as the amazing work of Donald R. Schmitt, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm, curiousrealm.com. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of our interviews, as well as books, movies, classes, everything from our guests. Stop on by, support them, support what they do. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our waning coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. We have the great pleasure of being joined by not only Travis Walton himself, famed abductee, but also Jen Stein, who is the creator of the Travis Walton, let me see that, the Travis Walton documentary. This came out a few years ago, and it's available on Amazon, all kinds of platforms, but really goes into a lot more of the case. Most people are familiar, of course, with the movie Fire in the Sky, but that is one of the things that we demystify on the show regularly is things like that, things like the Thom Reed case, where what people know about the Reed family case is not really a lot of what the Reed family case is about, and very much is the same thing with your case, Travis, where the movie Fire in the Sky touched on a lot of things, but also,
things,
precisely. So if you don't mind, for our listeners and viewers out there who may not be familiar with your case, go into it for just a couple of minutes for us.
All right, well, the simple version is I was working with a logging crew in the forest in 1975. This is almost 50 years ago. And we'd finished a hard day's work. We're headed home. We encountered a UFO on the way. And just thinking it would take off before I got close, I just jumped out and ran towards it, and much to the alarm of my coworkers. And got close enough to where I was hit by a blast of energy from this craft. They sensibly fled in terror. I mean, they thought they were next, and they said that they were yelling, "It killed him, he's dead." So I find no fault in them. You know, people have commented and said, "Oh, well, man, a bunch of heroes." Well, they came back.
Yeah,
that's heroic.
Absolutely.
So after they got down the road, they came back, and by then the craft had taken me away.
Wow.
I woke up on board the craft in a great deal of pain, and encountered these alien beings. Now, people call the grays typical, like as if there's one species, you know. I don't know, there might be a number of species of similar descriptions, but I think most aliens are going to be humanoid. You know, 2 arms, 2 legs, like that. But I was terrified. You know, to me, I was surrounded by these monsters and feeling very injured. And I lashed out at them. Eventually, I was able to, I thought, scare them away, and I was, quote unquote, rescued by another being, a human-looking being. Wow. Took me out of that craft. Now, this man could have been somebody they got the assistance of from Earth, or it could have been something they created, or maybe there are similar species of beings out there that they
But anyway, it was the only thing I was going to trust. So I trusted him, and I went with him, and he took me out of there to a place where I was rendered unconscious, and woke up 5 days later on the road outside the town nearest where this happened. In time to see the craft that dropped me off, I assume, take off into the sky. Ran down into the town, called my family, and discovered when they picked me up that how much time had gone by. I thought it was still the same night.
Yeah.
But my co-workers had been accused of murdering me.
Yeah.
And making up this incredible story to explain my disappearance. And so, they actually took police lie detector tests before I was ever returned.
Wow. Yeah,
and passed them. And some of the crew have taken more than one, but everybody has passed lie detector tests. And I've passed at least 3 different examiners. One examiner was the state police polygraph examiner.
Yeah.
Another was one that did all of the police work for the Albuquerque Police Department, and did work for the Central Intelligence Agency. So the highest qualification.
Yeah.
And that's what I kept doing, is going back to get the highest qualifications I could. One of the guys on the crew, every time he got a new wife, he got a new polygraph test.
Well, and this is a case that I refer to regularly, especially when it comes to the way that abduction and even paranormal experiences to begin with affect people for life and even relationships.
Definitely.
Because once again, your friend Mike was accused of murder. He lost logging contracts, like all kinds of things were a wave of repercussion of this that is life lasting beyond just the experience that you had.
A lot of persecution and things, John talks about walking down the street and having people yell out the window, "Murderer!"
Yeah.
Terrible. And I told you about the one guy who got a new lie detector test for every new girlfriend, but a lot of pressure. And his uncle, I think it was, started heckling him about having cried, And he, after, coming with me, talking, support, appearing with me, he suddenly wanted me to change the book to eliminate the report that he had cried. I said, Steve, I cried, Mike cried, there's no shame in that.
Yeah.
But, he wouldn't let up. He's still angry that that's in the book. I said, look, I wasn't there. I'm just going by what the rest of the crew told me.
Yeah.
And the sheriff said that some of the men were crying.
Well, and because not just for you, but for them, once again, a traumatic experience. They saw this happen to their friend, their coworker.
Yeah.
When you're out there, especially in logging, things like that, where you have major safety things going on. Like there is a brotherhood of trust that happens.
Yeah.
Where you get very close to the people that you work with.
Yeah, because it's outdoor work, rugged environment. Wild animals, bears, and
if somebody gets hurt, they're the people you're relying on.
Yeah. And we've had been summoned for help on emergencies for people. The forest fire. Our crew is equipped to fight forest fire. We have the equipment, the experience, and we would go and help them. At that time, if there was tall dead trees, they wanted us to drop those to keep the fire from topping out. But now with environmentalists, I'm not sure whether they allow that anymore, because woodpeckers or the animals make holes in the dead trees, and I'm not sure whether we're doing that anymore. But
nesting areas for owls and things like that. Yeah. Well, with that in mind, that brings up a a point of, did you return to that kind of work after your experience? At
first, I didn't even want to leave the house, but eventually I made myself go back to work in the woods.
Oh, wow.
To overcome the fear.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed to say that I only went with someone else and armed, but I got over it and was able to function in the woods a lot like I had before.
Well, that's good, and a huge point of healing for you, I'm sure, especially because that's anybody that does that kind of work, you do it because you love being outdoors.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
With that in mind, how do you feel about your experience now, Travis? I know it still fully impacts you.
It's a 180-degree departure, you
Okay.
know, because at the time, this was an attack by monsters who nearly killed me.
Absolutely.
And it was gradually dawned on me that if they meant me harm, I never would have been returned. They could have dumped my body on some asteroid, let the crew hang for murder, and disguised their appearance locally.
Sure.
But because I needed the help, they were the only ones that could do that to cure the problem that was caused by this blast of energy.
Yeah. And many people, especially that have been taken aboard craft, abducted, things like that, have had lasting physical effects, have even had changes, gifts that have come to them, things like that. Have you ever experienced anything like that, Travis?
I was very apprehensive about after effects, and the medical tests, checkups that I had. At first there was one thing, an aching head, but that went away pretty good. And I have headaches, you know, I'm just not the person that has headaches, but it was actually turned out to be quite the opposite, you know, that rather than coming up with some strange malady, I didn't get sick for many years afterwards. Wow. I never called in sick one time for work, even though I was working myself 12 hours a day just to forget the memory, you know. I mean, not just 12 hours a day, every holiday and days off. I was volunteering for overtime, but my body was somehow able to handle all that quite well.
Incredible, incredible. Now, let's kind of pivot real quick to the documentary and how the documentary came to be, because once again, the sensationalized story of Hollywood, things like that, did not really express a lot of even what you've expressed today, Travis. So, Jen, how did you first come to meet Travis? How did the documentary first start coming to be?
Well, it actually happened right here in Roswell.
Okay.
I was working for the city with Peter Robbins in 2010, and I knew Travis's story and bought his book at that point, got to meet him and his son Clifton, and we had dinner at Pepper's just up the street and had a bottle of wine and a group of us sitting around talking, and we said, you know, to Travis, your story is just as significant as the Roswell story. Yeah. And maybe your town might like to do a conference. So I kind of got into this documentary from the back door. We started planning a conference for the 40th anniversary, and 2010 was 5 years before the 2015, which would have been the 40th anniversary of his event. And we just started talking about the idea of doing a conference up there, which I didn't really think was probably going to fully happen, but it did. And Travis had the idea of wanting to take conference attendees up into the forest at night. And as a conference coordinator, I was thinking this wasn't maybe a very smart idea. And I was getting a little worried that, you know, oh, if I've got to buy insurance for this event and we're taking people into the forest at night that may need to use a bathroom, or they're walking with a cane or a walker, and it's a 45-minute hike into the forest. I was thinking, let's just sit everybody down and interview them, and then a nice, comfortable, you know, a secure, comfortable conference room. Let's show them the video of the forest. Let's show them the video of these guys talking about the event. So I interviewed all the living logging members. I flew out and did a couple of weeks of interviews. And then gradually I realized that Marlon Gillespie was still alive and still lived in Holbrook.
Sheriff. Okay.
The sheriff.
Sorry, folks, we actively just had a little bit of a battery issue where randomly our battery died around Travis. So, fun stuff.
So I took the challenge on of doing this film about the Travis Walton story. First of all, I had so much respect for what Travis had been through.
Sure.
And after meeting him, I realized that no one had ever done a documentary. There was a Hollywood film, but no one had really bothered to tell the real story. And I, through the back door, planning this conference, got to interview all of the logging men, and then my respect just grew for all of them.
Yeah.
And I realized I could interview Sheriff Marlon Gillespie, who was the chief investigator on this case, and I could interview Chuck Ellison, who was the chief deputy, the first one on the scene that interviewed the boys when they were still looking for Travis. And also, Cy Gilson was still alive, and he lived in Tucson. So I was able to fly out, drive down to Tucson, and interview Cy in his home.
About the polygraph.
About the
tests that
polygraph
he gave.
exams, because he was the chief polygraph examiner in 1975. So I felt that these were important interviews to do, and as a documentarian, it was a good challenge for me. So I just decided to take on the challenge. Not really sure I could make a decent film, but it ended up, being an award-winning film, and it made it into some mainstream film festivals. And I think it helped people to understand Travis better, the other loggers, and the details of what really happened.
Well, the numerous facets of the gem that is this case, literally, because it's one of those, even in my observation log, there's a section for were there other witnesses? Were there other people there? Because we talk about it regularly on the show. Even my brother and I grew up in the same house, but if you ask us our experience of Christmas in 1985, they differ, even though we were at the same place in the same location at the same time. So to be able to garner all of the interviews of these people, to be able to
It turns
garner.
out there actually were witnesses other than the 7 loggers.
Oh wow, really?
Yes, there was a fisherman at the local lake that saw the craft depart.
Incredible.
And a couple of deer hunters who were actually, I think, on the contract in the woods near where have a deer hunter and his wife.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially working with MUFON, that's one of the big things that they are about, is being able to cross-locate different witnesses to confirm a sighting, to be like, this was triangulated, more than one person saw it from different locations in the same spot, things like that. So
Yes, of course, MUFON didn't exist at the time. It was
absolutely not.
APRO who was on the case. Carl Lorenzo was there.
The Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO.
And also Stanton Friedman showed up shortly after this event, and so did...
I think MUFON was kind of a fledgling organization at the time, just a fraction of what APRO was.
That's right.
Yeah.
But they existed, but it was called the Midwest UFO
Pretty soon
Research.
they took over.
Yeah.
Well, and with that in mind, with additional investigation, things like that, especially interviewing the sheriff, there's a big movement right now, especially after Arrow, things like that, with law enforcement, other first responders being able to come forward. The work of UAPPD, we highly laud on this show, because if you can't let first responders talk about it, you've got a real problem. These are people that you trust with your daily safety.
Well, that was a problem that she overcame. She was the first one to get the sheriff on record and other deputies to admit that they saw the legitimacy of the claim.
Wow.
Because up until that point, they were very shy about admitting to that on film.
Yeah.
I actually asked Marlon Gillespie if he'd had his own encounters, and he shares that on film.
Wow.
So anyone can go to TravisWaltonTheMovie.com, and there's a whole section called debunking, because this case has been attacked and attacked and attacked for 50 years. So I addressed some of the issues that people have come after the Walton case with accusations. So I have little film clips up there that go over the details of this case for people who would like to look at it. And the full interview with Marlon is posted there for free. So people can just watch
Some of
it.
the alternate theories were really not just bordering on the absurd, they were ridiculous, because
Such as?
One skeptic was claiming what the crew really saw was the planet Jupiter.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
which would be a tiny point of
Which
light
took you away.
in the sky.
Yeah.
And somehow they became delusional and mystic, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah. Oh, another theory was that it was really a fire watch tower that the Forest Service maintained, which is, 15 or 20 minutes from where we were.
That one I have heard.
Yes.
And that would have taken a long time. But, we had just barely loaded up our equipment, chainsaws in the truck, and we're headed home. There's no way we could have mistakenly gotten as far as where that tower was.
Yeah.
And besides, it was a building on stilts bigger than this room. There's no mistaking that in the slightest for an extraterrestrial
And they were
craft.
in a valley, the Turkey
Yep.
Springs Valley, where they were working. So the Forest Service does not put fire towers
Yeah.
in valleys. They put them at the highest,
That's
toppest
right.
peak so that they can see peak to peak to
Which
peak.
also was a
signal to
place
each other.
the searchers would checked everything from miles around during the posse combing the area, including going
Yeah.
to where the fire tower was. And
I also put drone footage up on
Oh,
the
wow.
website to show that we flew drones up and then did 360 degrees right around that event. And there
Interesting.
was no fire tower within
Yeah.
view. I mean, it was 3.9 miles away, the closest one, and you had to get up higher than this craft could have been to
Yeah.
actually
well,
see
the
the fire
skeptics
tower.
can be pretty desperate in their attempts to explain it away.
Absolutely.
When I was returned, I put in a call to my mother, which was a collect call on a payphone. The skeptic says, "Oh, he was never at that phone. He was hiding out with his mother in a cabin somewhere."
Yeah.
It so happens that the operator listened in on the call. It was such an emergency in the middle of the night that she paid attention to what was being screamed into the phone. And the sheriff actually sent deputies over to that phone booth.
Oh, really?
But in the middle of the night, they didn't get there in time, but they checked it for fingerprints. And so the sheriff knew that the call came from there.
That it actively
But
happened.
that doesn't stop the skeptics from coming up with wild theories. And
Yeah.
there were a bunch of other ones too, just as absurd.
Well, and that brings up, especially in the light of experiencers and trauma, things like that, just the idea of that once again, how long lasting these things are. People once again have harassed and harangued you since the time of this happening. Same thing with Thom Reed. I mean, and one of the things that we've covered, like Peter Robbins is a very good friend. When the Napolitano documentary came out on Netflix, Earl Grey and I actually covered the lawsuit on my show. We asked Peter's permission, like, can we cover the lawsuit? I think this needs some attention. Because there have been quite a few divisive documentaries like that have come out in the last few years calling question on major cases. Even Stephen Greer's announcement that the Betty and Barney Hill case was my labs. It's like, wait a minute, we didn't even have alien abduction at the time. How are you going to implant a memory of something that nobody has a trope of in their mind? That's strange to me, but it's a very divisive statement that really affects the light in which experiencers are looked at and in which their experience is looked at. And I think that's a very bad thing.
Well, it's a kind of a psychological phenomenon when people
Sure.
don't want to believe something, especially something that's scary.
Yeah.
Just give me anything to hang my hat on, just some lame excuse like, oh, it's the planet Jupiter,
Yeah.
We checked the astronomical charts and Jupiter was in the night sky visible. And doesn't fit the description of what happened in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But anything they can hang their hat on, they'll use that as an excuse to disbelieve it.
Well, and as we interviewed Donald yesterday, one of the things that I bring up regularly, I proudly wear my skeptic, like Superman's S. When I have to pull it out, but my job is to be looking for the evidence that will change my mind. that's the job of a skeptic, not to belittle people
And
or to.
that's the word for that is objective.
That's right. That's right.
A mixture of willing to accept verifiable,
Absolutely.
but skeptical and looking for something you
and
can verify.
Looking for the evidence.
Yeah. And much like any DA or anything like that, believing the experiencer until proven otherwise.
Right.
You know?
And that's what makes Travis's case so significant. Anyone who has 7 witnesses to a murder that all say, yes, we saw this man murder this person, that would be a slam dunk deal in a court of
Without
law.
polygraph.
Without question.
Without polygraph. So
Yeah.
you see 7 witnesses that all
That's right.
see a UFO. One of them gets knocked unconscious, right? 6 of them see him fly through the air. Those loggers drive to the top of the Mogollon Rim, turn the truck around, and they all see the craft fly away from the top of the mountain. So they all knew the craft was gone when they went back.
Yeah.
And then Travis is missing. And then you have upwards of a couple hundred people looking for him for 5 days. I mean, the evidence is so significant.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if it mattered, if I cared that much, I would even go back and check the astronomical record. Was Jupiter really visible anyway? Or was this something they were grabbing out of thin air?
Sure.
One skeptic was making the claim that I had offered to deny the whole thing, except that he couldn't meet my price. Now, this was a barefaced lie.
Yeah.
I taped the conversation. No such offer was ever requested, and yet he made that offer. But strangely, if there was any truth to what he was saying, don't you think he would persist? I haven't heard a word from that guy.
Yeah. And you'd probably be a little better off in life, given the money payout.
Well, the number one skeptic, it turns out, was under investigation by the FBI.
Oh, wow.
He was editor of Aviation Week and Space Technology. Gives him great authority to speak about UFO sightings, right? Well, the FBI had quite a thick file on him.
Interesting.
Yeah, and one comment in the file says apparently this guy was not in full possession of his faculties.
Oh, wow.
They thought he was a wacko.
He's
the
speaking-
wacko.
He's speaking of Philip Klass, and it's
Oh.
well known that Philip Klass offered a bribe to Steve Pierce
Yep.
of
Yeah.
$10,000
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
took him out to dinner and tried to get him.
1979, 1980, something like that.
But the
Wow.
fact that the dinner date and offer never came to fruition is quite significant, you know?
Yeah.
And what's really strange, that I think nobody really catches their attention that much, is here this guy launched this massive campaign against this incident, making it part of several books he published. He never attempted to speak to me, not a single word.
Wow.
He badgered the crew. He took Steve to dinner. It took hours on the phone with Mike Rogers and letters exchanged back and forth, and not a word. Even when Mike and I were on Larry King, this guy, this skeptic, comes in from a remote camera. They didn't want him in the studio with us.
Yeah.
And he just ignored me completely. Didn't say a word to me. Started swearing some serious profanity on the Larry King show at Mike Rogers, and never said a word to me. So in his entire career, he never said a word to me. Now, isn't that strange? I find it quite strange.
Yeah.
The main claimant, as he would call me, and he's not interested in speaking to me. I mean, you know, the media called me on the phone.
Sure.
Not a word from him. To devote parts of several books and hours of research to writing against the case, and he doesn't think. I mean, what if he thought I might slip up and say something or whatever? You know, not a word from him. Why?
Yeah.
I find that odd.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I don't have an explanation. It doesn't prove anything one way or the
Well,
other.
I mean, it really shows the extent to which somebody will go and take these things, you know, and that's also something that we talk about regularly on the show, and not just in terms of investigation, things like that, but also in terms of just looking at things. You have to be willing to have the objectivity to look at stuff and not be looking for your confirmation of belief and marrying that with cognitive dissonance.
Exactly.
You know, because this guy is obviously going through every effort possible and reaching for straws to try and disprove.
Yes.
By any means necessary.
Yes, Philip Glass followed the Travis Walton case for 35 years, trying to debunk it in any way, shape, or form he could, in continuing articles and television interviews and things that he did.
To me, the fact that he never attempted to speak to me at all, not a letter, not a call, not anything, to me suggests that maybe in this particular case, even he did not believe what he was promoting.
Yeah.
That, after his dinner date with Steve, he probably came away thinking,
Well, and
this probably happened.
yeah. Well, and it's especially one of those, much like any of the debunked experiencers, any of the people who've claimed to have experience, like there comes a point where, and even him, just to devil's advocate, as a debunker, he put something out there, people latched onto it, it went further, and at some point you have to make the make or break decision to stay with it. No different than, a cult leader who's like, hey, in 2025, August, like, it's all ending, man, and then September 1st comes, but what then? The message has to change and be altered now.
True or false? You have to look at the fact that these skeptics very often make specific statements that are later proven to be outright lies.
Yeah.
So
exactly,
they've got an axe to grind and are willing to fudge the truth in order to make that point.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there isn't some sort of campaign to fund these debunkers. I have long suspected this.
And
so Philip Glass was, writer for Aviation Week and Science.
And Space Technology.
Thank you, Space Technology.
So he had access to all kinds of military aerospace type.
Yeah, he could go take pictures of the SR-71 if he wanted to, all kinds of things.
That's right. He was also single, and he went to many UFO conferences and pinpointed different groups or different presenters to literally attack, which he spent most of his life doing.
Well,
the other thing that's very interesting is I had the opportunity with Stanton Friedman and Kathleen Martin, who came to my home in Philadelphia, and we spent a week going down to the American Philosophical Society, which is an archive in Center City, Philadelphia. Now, the types of people who are archived there are like Thomas Jefferson, and some of our presidents, Adams, and like some of the founders, George Washington, and some great scientific writers, have their archives there. But to have your life's work archived in a professional archive means that you were part of establishing the meme and the foundation upon which our country stands on.
Yes.
And it costs thousands of dollars, $10,000 to $100,000 to have your own personal archive, organized and shelved and then computerized. Who would have paid to have this guy's material archived? Someone who wants to make sure that there is a record of debunking these UFO cases. Now, not only that, he went after J. Allen Hynek for a long time.
Yeah.
And one of the...
who was working for the Air Force with his investigation.
Absolutely.
Right. So when you look at the J. Allen Hynek's life, and when he concluded his work with Project Blue Book, he went out and formed CUFOS, right? So to continue to study the UFO phenomenon, Center for UFO Studies, of which Don Schmidt actually ran for a long time. Interestingly, there was in the archives a lot of correspondence between Philip Glass and a young doctoral student at the University of Wisconsin. Was it Wisconsin? No, Northwestern University, where J. Allen Hynek was. His name was Robert Schaefer. So some of the most recent debunkers.
I hadn't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah,
That was
Robert Schaefer.
That was another big
So there was
skeptic,
lots of correspondence between
Who-
Robert
who
Schaefer and
was
Philip
discredited
Glass.
in other ways.
Now, this recent debunker who showed up in the forest in 2021 and tried to interview all of the loggers and tried to get them to in a fight with one another, especially Mike Rogers and Travis. He was pulling stuff up that Philip Glass had dealt with like 35, 40 years ago. And I'm watching these podcasts, UFO Classified, with Erica Lukes, and I'm thinking, what is going on? It sounds like Philip Glass has come back to life, like who's digging up these files and why? And this stuff was already disproven 30 years ago.
Well, he acted like he had built this big case.
Yeah.
But when I revealed that he lied about talking to me and that I had a tape, he went silent. I haven't heard anything.
And,
But what's
I
very
remember
interesting-
seeing a lot of this, like, almost in real time on social media
Yes,
a few years ago.
Well, what happened is eventually on these podcasts, who shows up in one of the podcasts, multiple, Zoom screens, who finally shows up as being part of this? It was Robert Schaefer. So it became clear to me that Robert Schaefer was feeding this information to this young new podcaster.
There were some major discrediting things about him. I'd forgotten all about him.
He's tried to discredit you many times himself.
No, I'm talking about him discredited. He
Yes.
was
Oh,
discredited.
yes.
Once again, these campaigns that seem to be cropping up again when
Right.
you're talking about
paying
these
for 'em?
documentaries that have popped, because there's been 2 in the last year. There's been Thom Reed's thing over the last couple years along with this. You're talking about people like Lou Elizondo, who, thank God, we're having larger conversations because of things like ATIP.
Yes.
However, when you're talking in the last, not even the last year, the last 6, 7 months, there have been 2 instances where he has a picture from a vetted source that he's putting out. One is a chandelier in a hotel, the other is a watering system, and it's like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be one of the authorities here. You got this from a secure, vetted source? It seems, once again, very divisive in the community that these things are happening. It's very wedge-like, and it's interesting to see people once again, and I love Lou. Lou, I love you. I'd love to have you on the show and talk to you, because I think what you've done is very important, but it's also very concerning when you see people who are security professionals, this is how they spent their career, and 2 and 6 months from vetted sources are absolute fakes. So it's kind of disturbing because it hacks away.
Claims on one side or the other have to withstand the fundamental test of time.
Yeah.
But they're willing to throw things out that get discredited. But the things that they're saying against people don't stand up to time.
No, exactly, and that's just it.
Your cases like the Betty and Barney Hill case, those have stood the test of
Well,
time.
the discovery of the FBI file on Philip Glass was totally out of the blue. I got that file from a researcher who studied UFOs and who lived in Australia.
Oh, interesting.
So it wasn't me who went looking for it. They discovered it on their own, and it was a huge amount of material, page after page. I've got a sheaf of the file on Philip Glass, and large areas of it are blacked out. I would just love to know what's behind that.
And I would love to know who's paying these people, because to put some of these productions together
Absolutely.
as a filmmaker,
Oh,
I know,
it's money.
it takes
It's
some money
money.
and time and
Yeah.
effort,
Like-
especially if you show up with a large
Well,
rig
and
in the middle of the forest and you're camping.
You have the fortunate advantage of working with people like Ron James, who are like me, who own the camera production equipment. They own everything to do that. So it's not like they have to go to an outside production company to produce a documentary. When you're going to an outside production company to sell something to Netflix or something like that, you're talking about a lot,
bucks.
commas and zeros.
Yes.
It's a big budget situation. So who is funding these things? And even the Napolitano documentary, like the ex-wife was part of the production team.
Yes.
So things like that. And people don't, when they're hearing that side of the story, they don't necessarily know that backstory in that kind of situation to know that, hey, what you might be seeing is slightly skewed.
because of the person who's producing it and what their angle is. So the fact that you guys have produced this documentary about Travis to expose all of the real things, to talk to the sheriff who once again had his own experiences, things like that changed him, and I'm sure the case itself changed the way he looked at future cases that he encountered, you know?
And there's open source verification of much of this stuff. Like, I imagine anybody can apply for a copy of the FBI file on this, these skeptics, you know? Research has been done and they've been thoroughly discredited, but that's the thing about so-called debunking, skeptical attacks. Just throw something out there, throw the mud ball on the wall and see what sticks. But
well, that's what proper research is, you know. You're supposed to, much like you said, when the person never contacted you.
Most of the time it doesn't take a shovel of dirt. You could trowel for a couple seconds and probably find some data if you looked hard enough.
Exactly. I call it throwing paint.
That's it.
Someone who's a disinformant, all they have to do is throw out like a blanket of confusion, right?
It doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to be real. All you have to do is make people doubt.
The people that buy it aren't co-conspirators. They're just vulnerable.
That's right.
By virtue of the fact that they wish it wasn't true. They'll grab anything to justify that belief.
Exactly.
And when you confuse your public, what you really do is you undermine their ability to rationally think for themselves. And when they stop thinking for themselves, that's when they start believing the debunkers.
Critical thinking stops. Critical thinking stops. And your heart is as big as your head, Travis, for the fact that you see this from a point of love toward them. The fact of like, poor them, that they're so afraid that they need to cling on to these thready stories of what never happened, so that they have some peace in their life. You know, that is hugely evolved of you.
They're just trying to quell their own fear. They're not. It's not born of hate or resentment.
Absolutely. People fear what they don't understand, as the X-Men say. And as we head out, number one, Travis, thank you so much for your time and your candidness. I greatly appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to make some points.
Absolutely, forever and always. You're always welcome on this show to come on and do exactly that. Once again, there are a lot of shows that talk stories, things like that. We talk research. We like to talk to people exactly about this and demystify these topics for people. Let people know that Fire in the Sky is hands down one of my top 10 favorite movies, no doubt. I love it. Well, but I also know that is not a biographical of your event.
This is the kind of commentary that your audience is hungry for.
Yeah, precisely. So, but as we go out, let's make sure to promote this, but let's also, before we do that, words of advice, Travis, from both of you, actually, because you actually work with MUFON and everything else. We'll start with you, Travis. What advice would you give for somebody who has had an experience and is reticent to come forward with it?
I think it's within their own personal judgment whether to, try to gain acceptance or not. In my case, I was fortunate to have multiple witnesses and other kinds of verifiable scientific indications, but it's a tough road, and I applaud the people who are willing to take that risk.
Absolutely. Same. Jim?
Well, I will say that since it's been 50 years, I don't think there's anyone that's withstood the amount of criticism that Travis had. And since it's 50 years, I felt that it was important to recognize and honor Travis and the other members of the crew who want to come forward. So we're hosting a conference in Sedona in October to kind of celebrate this event. We're calling it the Skyfire Summit. And since I'm the Sedona MUFON State Section Director, it's under Sedona MUFON. So if anyone wants to look up this conference, it'll be 4 days. It'll start Friday night. It'll go Saturday, part of Sunday, and we'll conclude Monday morning. We're going to start out with Accidental Truth, which is one of the latest films I've been responsible to work with Ron James. It's a great film. So we'll start out, hard-hitting, giving people the information of what's happened. What is the process of, secrecy to transparency is the subtitle to the conference. And Travis will be there as well. We'll do a program there similar to what we have done here. And then on the actual day of November 5th, the actual anniversary at 50 years, the Sedona Film Festival is screening our film, Travis, The True Story of Travis Walton. And Travis will be there with me. We'll do questions, Q&A. We'll do a 3 o'clock and a 7 o'clock screening. And then a couple days later, down in Phoenix MUFON will be hosting us. And we'll do a lovely program there with a nice banquet dinner right at the Historical Museum in Phoenix. So there's lots of ways to show up, honor Travis, meet Travis, and get an education on the subject.
Absolutely. And just for those who want to get involved, who want to become an investigator, who want to even make their own report to MUFON, how do they go about doing that, Jen?
MUFON.com. You just go to MUFON.com, report a UFO. And it's, many people say it's not the best organization. No organization is.
That's right.
It's a group of volunteers,
Yeah.
and they're doing their best.
Thank you. I try to bring that up on the show all the time. There, like the webmaster gets paid a little bit. I think Mr. McDonald may make a little bit for being the CEO, but everybody else is a volunteer. It is even myself designing the logo for Project Aquarius. I did not get paid. I volunteered to do that.
Actually, the same is true with Dave McDonald.
Yeah.
He kind of rescued the organization, put it in his airport hangar, and said, I'm not going to take a salary because this is important and it needs to.
And that's just it. That's just it. Any organization like that is out there, that is doing this, that is putting foot forward for good research, I am all about. Curious Research and Curious Realm are all about. So I want to thank both of you very much for your time today, for your very candid answers. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Christopher, for having us on.
I greatly appreciate it. Travis, thank you so much. While you were online, checking out everything from the Travis Walton documentary as well as, what is the website for the festival again?
The festival is SedonaMUFON.org.
Okay, there you go, SedonaMUFON.org. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find the books, classes, and movies from our guests. That's also...
Well, speaking of books,
yeah.
you can order mine at tcwalton75@gmail.
All right.
Or TravisWalton.com.
TravisWalton.com as well. So stay tuned, everybody. We will be right back with the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. We'll be right back right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival, coming to you live from the International UFO Museum right here in Roswell, New Mexico. We have the great pleasure of being joined by researcher and scientist Frank Kimbler. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, you have worked at New Mexico Military Institute for many years. Explain to everybody what your realm of expertise is before we get into the world of UFO, UAP.
Oh, great.
Frank.
So I'm assistant professor of earth science at the New Mexico Military Institute. I teach both high school and college, which is kind of an interesting hat. So I have to switch back and forth, a little different teaching style for the high school students as opposed to the college. Although recently, because they're bright kids, I make almost no distinction. I do the same thing for them. So
incredible. And how long have you done that?
Oh, grief! I've been over there for almost 17 years now. So great place for kids to go to school. You know, a lot of times these days people think that military schools are reform schools. It is not.
No.
It's a place to learn some discipline, to be away from home, to learn how to take care of yourself, and that's what's nice about NIMI. It's a great school, and it's a great organization to have kids grow up, and they don't have to go military. Only about maybe 10-15% are military that want to go down that route, but they can if they want. Other than that, they're successful. And they do things.
Absolutely. And you know, we were talking before the show about the importance of bringing the new generation into these things. It's one of my missions is to help the next generation be interested in, to make science sexy again. It's the only way I can put it. Because especially in the world of ufology research, we really do need to make science sexy again. There is
we
a
need
lot
discovery.
Of science involved.
We need discovery and exploration, which seems to have gone by the wayside. We need much, much more of that.
Yeah. Well, the phrase I use on the show is we need more Magellans. We need more people who are willing to just go, I know we've said that it ends over there, let's go find out.
And what's on the other side.
Yeah,
absolutely,
precisely.
absolutely.
And, you know, especially with what's on the other side, how did you literally come to the other side of science and start researching the physical properties and the physical things going on with the Roswell case?
I had always been interested in UFOs at a young age. I had a really good friend of mine, and I was probably 12 years old, and he subscribed to one of the UFO magazines, and he had always, when he would finish reading, he would give it to me and let me read it, and then he also subscribed to the old Project Blue Book. And he had subscribed, he would get copies of it. Yeah. And when new information would come out, and he would let me read those. And I was fascinated with that, with the whole UFO thing, and I still do. And it just kind of went through. And then when I ended up getting the job, getting my job here as a teacher at the Military Institute, it was 6 months before I came down here to the museum. And when I got into the museum, I'm going, there's no physical touchy-feely proof. I'm going, oh, as a scientist wanting to reach out, and I'm going, now I've got, so I watched every single video, documentary, read all the books on Roswell, and I'm going, okay, now I'm going to put my scientific knowledge to work, and I'm going to see if I can go out to what's called the debris field, 75 miles northwest of Roswell, and I'm going to see if I can find some actual physical proof of something that crashed out there, as opposed to people that just say, oh yeah, I've held the material in my hand, it folds and unfolds, and lots of eyewitness accounts. I'm a touchy-feely kind of guy. Got to have that stuff in hand.
It's literally one of the forms of learning is tactile learning. I'm a tactile learner. If I can do it, I will learn it 5 times faster than reading it.
And that's exactly what I wanted to do. So I have followed that path. So I love going out and exploring and discovering. And, you know, it's the thrill of the chase, whether you find anything or not, it's great.
You know, I'm a rock hound. And that's how I explain it to people.
So am I. Of course, being a geologist,
you're a
geologist.
And it's one of those, like, even whenever I go to Marfa to look for agates, I may find one. It's the hunt, man. It's the looking for it that is the exciting part. It's the perusing the pegmatite and everything else, trying to find the piece of tourmaline that's the exciting part.
It is. It's very much so. And that's, and I not only do when I'm out in the debris field looking for things, the Roswell crash site, there's other things that are on the ground, being a geologist, that I see and pay attention to. And I picked up some interesting looking rocks and minerals that are just laying around out there. It's kind of cool. It's all part of knowledge.
I was going to say, especially with a crash like that? You know, any vitrification, any kind of vitrified sand or
That's
anything
what I'm
like
looking
that in the
for
area?
now. I'm looking for something called the La Paz touchdown point. So La Paz was a scientist that worked for the University of New Mexico. He was very, very well known for his work with meteorites.
Yeah.
And
Libyan glass, things
yeah,
like
he
that.
did all of that kind of
Yeah.
work, and he was assigned just a few weeks after the Roswell crash to try to figure out the trajectory of that thing.
Oh, interesting.
And he drove around out in the desert out there, and the story is that he found a touchdown point out there where the craft, before it hit, well, it sort of touched down, maybe it was having a mechanical problem or something, technological problem.
Almost like a skip.
Yeah, it wasn't actually a skip, but the glass, it was melted. It was sand that had been melted.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
If I can find that, that is worth its
That's a
weight.
lifetime.
That
That's
is
a
worth
lifetime
its
work.
weight in. It's like the holy grail. It's as
Absolutely.
good as the memory metal that's talked about.
Absolutely, because at that point you would have any isotopic things, stuff like that, frozen in that.
I am
in that
looking
glass.
for that. That's my adventure right now.
Absolutely.
So you can't get into the crash site very well because the rangers out there have sealed it off, keeping people out. But boy, that is 3 or 4 miles away from the actual, and it's out all on BLM land. So I am actively looking for that. I want to find that so bad. It's not even. It's like this drive to.
That is awesome and incredible. What things have you found in your search so far? What kind of things have you found to bring to the museum and to have analyzed at other places?
Well, right here at the International UFO Museum, I have a wonderful display of artifacts that I have found out there, metallic alloys that have been analyzed that are anomalous. Not quite to the point where I can say, yes, this is extraterrestrial, except for the talk I'm giving today, because I'm going to claim extraterrestrial for some of this stuff, because I've got stuff that just shouldn't be. And then I have some Bakelite-like plastic that was talked about by Jesse Marcel. He says, "Oh, there's some stuff that looks like a phonograph," and I found that stuff out there. And so I've found some metallic debris that's out there, and there was one exciting thing that I found, which was just the business end, the bullet of it was a 50 caliber.
Did you just post that on social media?
Well, it's been out on social media before, but I found a 50 caliber round out there, and the things that went through my head when I found that, I'm going, were they shooting at aliens with a machine gun on a Jeep? I was thinking about the old Rat Patrol.
Was it a Battle of LA situation?
Yeah, and I'm going, well, then I got to thinking about it. I'm going, well, maybe the ranchers were just playing with a high-powered 50 caliber rifle, and I'm going, well, I don't think so, because if you shot an antelope with that, there would be nothing left of the antelope. It would literally rip it up to shreds.
Even if you shot a target with it, unless it's a hardened 50 cal or something like that, you're going to have deformation or something.
Oh yeah. So anyway,
unless it's a bullet that just randomly fell to its location.
And there's a possibility of that, because I looked at that, because there's about probably 10 miles away, there's a training site where they drop bombs and shot at stuff. So there's a possibility that one of those rounds might have traveled that far. I don't know.
Even out of the barrel of a fighter jet or something like that.
Yeah, so it's possible. So that's the kind of stuff I do, and I don't have books. I don't sell books. I've done lots of documentaries. So I've been on Ancient Aliens. I've been on Discovery Channel. I've been National Geographic, Netflix. I just did some stuff, some analytical work I'm going to talk about for George Knapp on one of his shows. He didn't have me on the show, but they interviewed me and they showed all my data and they talked about it, which was really kind of cool. So it's fun. It's fun for me, and I enjoy it. And I'm not in it for the money. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd have a bunch of books out and stuff. And yeah, I get paid to do the documentaries because it uses up a lot of time and everything. Sure. But when you think about it, if you're doing out and you're doing going stuff and it's filming and you're filming for 3 or 4 days and they give you $500 for it, well, that's nothing. Yeah. Okay, so I mean that's you can go pick up aluminum cans on the side of the road and practically make that much money. Yeah. So anyway, it's a fun adventure for me, and I'm in it for the science. I want the public to know. I hate secrets. I don't like secrets. I like things disclosed.
You're a scientist.
And as fast as I find stuff, I'm going to let the information out, let people see it. I did not used to be that way, but I am now. Because the faster you get it out, then there's nothing that can be done. So.
Well, and That is true, because you kind of have to give things like as they happen in real time in that kind of way. Yes, you want your research done properly, but to hold things back from other researchers, that kind of stuff, that doesn't behoove anybody in this realm of research.
I don't hide anything. I freely give it to anybody that wants it. So that's the way it is.
And that brings us to a couple of things that we talk about on the show regularly, Frank. And one of those is the relationship between paranormal and science. You're holding right there my field observation and encounter log. When it comes to, I think there's an issue on both sides. I think with many scientists, there's an issue to truly think outside of the box of their expertise and accepting something, because unfortunately and this is something we talk about all the time, guys, most paranormal researchers come to somebody and say, I have evidence. If you came to a scientist and said, I have some data from this last Friday night that I'd like you to look at, you'd be surprised how they'd look at it, because you're saying dispassionately, this is just data. As soon as you present it as, I have evidence, they're going to be looking at that through a totally different light and lens.
They
as
do.
A scientist.
And what was that Carl Sagan said? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary
Exactly.
evidence.
That's what I say. Because I am a believer, my realm of evidence needs to be higher. And evidence, capital E evidence, should be like what you can give your lawyer to keep you out of prison, and never let it be less than that.
I like that.
Good
Yeah, that's
God,
a good
never
idea.
let it be less than
That's
that.
absolutely correct.
Aside from that, you have data. And let's be willing to look at all data. And even as researchers, we have to be willing that when a scientist such as yourself, even when a audio-video person looks at a picture and says, hey, I can explain what's in your picture, that does not remove your event. That doesn't remove the event that widened the keyhole of your perception, that made you ask the questions in the scientific method. Like, you had an observation. It led you to a question. It widened your realm of understanding. That's a beautiful thing. Even if what is in your picture or in your data is explained, it doesn't remove that moment.
The problem that I run across when I'm having analytical work done is that so-called experts in labs, if they see something anomalous, they don't want to stick their necks out. They don't want to say, this is of extraterrestrial origin. They just don't want to do it because they think it's going to harm them. So they won't do it. I don't mind, because I'm not mainstream. I don't care. I says, all right, you know what? This is extraterrestrial, and I'll make the call, because guess what? Tell me that you can make this on Earth. Tell me that it's something that this is where I'm coming from, and I run across that time and time again, and that's really sad. Scientists these days they've lost that discovery exploration, and they just want, they want to keep their nice tight job in their university or whatever, and they don't want to lose their job for speaking out on some things. It's kind of like the whistleblowers.
Yeah. It's grooming the box of thought. Keeping it pretty on the outside.
They need to learn to look way outside things.
Exactly.
I look at all things. I don't mind, and not mind. Let's talk about other dimensions. Let's bring that into.
Yeah.
I says, who's to say that they're extraterrestrial? Maybe they're from Earth. Maybe they're from the fourth dimension in Earth or whatever.
The work of Michael Masters right now.
What the heck? We have to look at all of that. And if that's the case, if these materials are from another dimension, then they're going to be a little more difficult to determine. They're going to be earthly, but they may not be extraterrestrial, but they may be extra-dimensional. This is a hard road to go down.
It is.
So you have to have, as a scientist, I don't mind looking at magic. I don't mind looking at the idea of you have to incorporate all of it.
Yes.
Shamanism, witchcraft, magic, whatever you want to do.
We were just having that conversation just a few minutes ago, and the example that I give is a gem. As a rock hound, it's a gem. If you unpolish one facet on a gem, it does not shine the same.
That's right.
So you need to polish every facet of that thought form. You need to polish every facet, and even if it's something that you don't agree with, the beautiful phrase I love from science is killing your darlings. The idea beautiful idea of you have come up with a hypothesis, but your research mate has kind of beat it into the ground. And now you have to reform your hypothesis. You have to redefend it and reform your thought form. And that's the beautiful part of science that, yeah, I think some people are sadly missing.
That's very true, and I have to agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Because I teach the scientific method in my classroom, but I also tell my students, I said, don't leave any data out. That happens
That's right.
way too much. Don't leave it out. Even if it makes everything look really bad,
Yeah.
just throw it in there because there's a reason for it. Something happened. You need to explain what happened.
And, that is, I catch a lot of flack in communities because I defend the term UAP over UFO.
I like it all. It's just different.
I defend the term UAP because it has dragged science in kicking and screaming. You have no choice now, because in a proper
Phenomena,
experiment,
what that defines a lot of things, phenomena.
as does anomaly.
This is a phenomena.
Yeah. A happening is a phenomenon.
The reflections off the wall
Absolutely.
is a phenomena. Okay, so you can incorporate a lot of things into that.
For me, it's also the idea, though, of anomaly. And inside of a data set of an experiment, the example I give is if I'm in chemistry in college and I turn in my equation and 5% of my equation is missing. Did it off-gas? Did it turn to sediment? What happened to the 5%? We now have an anomalous 5% that we need to account for. So it's kind of the
Anomalies
job of
lead
science.
to new discoveries.
Exactly.
New discoveries. 'Cause
Exactly.
Why did that happen? Well, you need to go and explain why that happened. It may
Yeah.
be a whole new process that we don't understand,
Precisely.
and it may revolutionize what we're doing.
Yeah. And
That's what we got to look at.
And that's why I love the idea that it's an unidentified anomalous phenomena. One of the things I got actually at the MUFON conference at their book sale was a compendium, a desk reference, a scientific desk reference of strange phenomena. So it goes back to like articles in the 1600s of ball lightning, swamp gas, things like sightings in the sky. And it's like, this is an actual scientific desk reference that came out in 1975 when I was born.
We're having things in school now where we're bringing in what's called phenomena-based learning, which is
phenomenology.
It's an awesome way for kids to kind of understand the world around them based upon what they observe and what they see. And we had that conversation about discovery, exploration, observation. So that's phenomena-based learning is actually an awesome way for them to understand the universe around them and to see things that they normally don't see.
Yeah, because it exposes them to that shock and awe part of science.
And they remember that.
Yeah, and if it's something that you latch onto, it's something that you'll never forget. Like I will never forget the day that I first looked through an 8-inch telescope and saw the rings of Saturn. I was hooked.
Me too.
I was hooked. And now I do backyard astronomy and backyard photography.
Me too, as well.
And like we were saying out there, the idea of citizen science, like, hey, Comet Shoemaker-Levy was discovered by somebody like me. Like that was backyard scientists.
Backyard science.
Things like that. So yeah, as soon as you've had the paranormal experience, you're on the science train. You're part of it. It's a beautiful thing. So,
Nope, I couldn't agree with that.
now, I guess one of the questions that we have, especially for a teacher here, is how do we begin to, I guess, kind of reform this concept? I've been asked, I was asked by MUFON a few years ago, how do we bring the younger generation in? And I was like, you game it, you give it rules. That's how you bring it in. Like you make an app out of it.
They'll pay attention to it.
They would eat
Absolutely.
it up. They would suck it
Absolutely.
up. But how do we get youth excited about science? How do we get them excited about this realm of discovery and this want to go out and discover and form hypotheses of their own, Frank?
You know what? We were setting off fireworks last night, and my son's in his 30s, but we were setting off some of those big mortars, the big 5-inch ones, which is nice because they're
fun.
But I says it's kind of cool when you launch them, but then what's the science behind? Can you make one of these? Can we make one of these in a classroom that will work it? And what is the science? What's the chemistry behind this that will allow this to go up? See, that's the kind of stuff. They see it go off. They see it go boom. Well, can you make something that'll go off and go boom?
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Can we, at that point now, do a model rocket STEM?
There you go.
And teach them to build a rocket.
See, and that's
things
exactly
like
what
that.
that boils down to. So it all one thing kind of segues into another, and it works great like that.
For our audience, real quick, just boilerplate. If you were to boilerplate your experience with the Roswell crash, investigating it, the things that you found so far, the things that you're looking for. Just give us like a 1-minute boilerplate of that. What would you like to explain to people that they may not understand about this incident, Frank?
You know what? Roswell is shaped in a lot of mystique and a lot of in the old world. People in the old days, people were very scared. They don't want to come forward with information. So what happens now is that a lot of these old timers are now dead. So don't hide stuff. People need to, just like the whistleblowers for our government, if you want to learn about really what's going on in the world, seek out your sources of information. Same thing for Roswell. You've got to let it go. It's an adventure. It is a glorious adventure, and don't be shy and say, hey, I saw this. I remember my grandfather talking about this. You need to be able to pass that historical information down, especially if it is some kind of firsthand knowledge of some kind. But that's my only advice. People, don't hide, don't be scared. Come forward, talk.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
That's
talk
right.
about it.
That's right.
I was talking to somebody the other day that said back in the 1970s, people here in Roswell wouldn't talk about UFOs at all. It's zero. Yeah. They wouldn't talk about it. Now they'll openly talk about it.
Yeah.
So this is the changing paradigm that we have. People need to talk more, talk among themselves, talk with government officials, talk with people in Roswell.
Yeah, a generational shift of a loss of shame.
There we go. That's exactly what we need to do.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
I want to thank you for your candid answers today, and good luck with everything that you're doing. I love every bit of research that you put out. I will admit, I have been Google stalking you for years.
Oh,
I've been
that's
following
terrible.
your page. Like I said, I saw the post you made about the bullet about
my
a week or
students
so ago.
Google stalk me, and they're going, "Oh, can we talk about UFOs in the classroom today?" And they're going, "Let's do it after school."
Form a proper hypothesis.
There we go.
So, once again, thank you so much. Before
My
we
pleasure.
let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about everything you do, where they can go to get involved, things like that.
You know what? I don't have any books.
You don't have books
no books that
to
are out
sell.
there. But if you Google my name, Frank Kimbler, Roswell UFO medal, whatever, you're going to get a slew of stuff, and you'll go out. You'll see all the documentaries on IMDb. You can go out and say, "Oh, I want to go watch, Kimbler's little blurb that he had in this documentary." So you can do that. That's
Fantastic.
the best way. Or even email me at fkimbler@gmail.com. I'll respond as best I can.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much
Thanks
for your
a lot.
time. Greatly appreciate it.
Take
While
care.
you are online reaching out to Frank and checking out all of his research, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. It's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find the books, movies, and classes by our guests. That's also where you can get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log and the all-new Remote Viewing Session Journal. We will be right back after these quick commercial breaks with our continuing waning coverage of the 2025 Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. We have the great pleasure of being joined by abduction researcher Joe Jordan. Welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about your organization and what you do, Joe.
Well, by profession, I'm a environmental health and safety professional at the Kennedy Space Center for a leading aerospace company there.
Interesting.
Building rockets. But my true life excitement comes from my research that I've done for 30 years, over 30 years now, into UFO and alien abductions, primarily alien abductions. That's been my focus of research for 3 decades. And I've worked with over 700 testimonials, case testimonials over that time. I found some interesting things in my research, things that I found out were known but not talked about in the research community. And I understand why people were reluctant to talk about it, but once I found out that what I had come across was not something that was outside of the norm but just wasn't talked about, I decided I would take this information and I would publish it for peer review and make sure that as a piece of the UFO puzzle, it gets brought to the table so that we can get an honest picture of what we're trying to find out here, what this is. Yeah. And that's what I've been working with. There were some interesting questions that I realized in my early studies into abductions. The secular researchers were asking certain questions, and they still don't have answers to it today. But in my research of 30 years, I've been able to find answers to these questions. One was, who are these entities? 2, dealing with alien abductions, can they be stopped? Because it destroys people's lives, turns them upside down. People suffering from, we call it in the realm PASS, post-abduction syndrome, which is very much like PTSD, people that have had traumatic experiences. And then also, why does this happen to certain people? And when it came to the first initial question that got answered was, could this be stopped? And one of our first cases we ever came across was a gentleman who described his experience. While it was happening, he felt that it was absolutely terrifying. He was in sheer terror. As a new Christian going to church with his new wife, who had introduced him to church, the last thing he could remember to do was what they told him to do. If he's ever in need, call to Jesus. So he cries out during the experience, Jesus, Jesus, help me. And then instantly he wakes up in the bed. The experience is over. This is something that did not fit the research findings of the other researchers. They were saying that experience could not be stopped. So I contacted these leading researchers and I said, hey guys, I got a very unusual case here. It goes against everything that's been talked about in the abduction realm. And I shared the case with them. Each time I did, the researcher asked to go off the record, which means I can tell you what they said, but not who said it. And what I got from each of the researchers was, we too have had cases like this, where people have been able to stop it through prayer, through calling out to Jesus, through humming or singing a Christian hymn, something of that sort. And I said, well, wait a minute. Your research findings say that it's not possible to stop an experience, but you're telling me you have cases like the one I have, that it can be stopped. I said, why aren't you sharing this information? The researchers all gave me the same answer. We didn't know what to make of it at the time. And, you know, that's an honest answer. I could have accepted that.
I mean, you don't really know as a scientist what to make of an abduction case to begin with.
Exactly. So I thought that would, you know, I'm sufficient with that answer. I got what I needed, that there's more cases like it.
Sure.
Except, you know, I don't know if they felt guilty about what they were telling me, the first answer, but they came back with a second answer. And the second answer was, we were afraid to go there because it might affect our credibility in the UFO research realm.
Yeah.
The idea of it being a religious issue.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, I'm okay with that. I said, I don't support myself through doing my research. I work for a living full time. I have nothing to lose here. If my research is flawed, it'll just go away.
Yeah.
But if it isn't, it needs to be brought to the table.
Yeah.
So I went after those cases. I made sure that people would understand that these are the type of cases that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And sure enough, over the years, they've come in. Through my opportunity to do talks at conferences, through podcast interviews, I've been able to reach the public to where other people who have never heard this have been able to come forward and say, I too have been able to stop my experiences that way.
Yeah.
And I'd like to share my testimony with you. So over the 30 years, I've worked with over 700 cases, and I have testimonials, all that have been able to stop this in the name and authority of Jesus Christ. I've looked into other religious beliefs that have been trying to be able to see if they can stop this. I don't see it. So I've asked over the years, please bring this forward. If you have it, nobody's come forward.
Well, and that was one of the questions that I had, because of course, I mean, the first thing I'm going to do from the curious research point of view is ask, have you tried other religious modalities? Have you tried, let's ask Ganesh, things like that. And like you said, they don't seem to work.
People say they've been able to stop an experience by using another name.
Sure.
The only difference is between what I'm hearing from them and what my research shows is the difference is by using the name and authority of Jesus Christ and by developing a personal relationship with him, you can terminate this abduction experience as a life pattern. Means it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
That's the major difference on the power and the name of Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things we speak about regularly, because like I showed you earlier, I'm a binaural beat musician.
Sure.
I'm an audio engineer. My world is lived in frequency, whether it's what color goes on the back of stage or what music is playing or what's that frequency that's feeding back. So one of the things I say regularly whenever I speak on shows about binaural beats is frequency is also a thought form.
Sure.
It's how often are you thinking this? You
Sure.
know, like if you're wanking up, as they say in AA, with stinking thinking every day, you may be thinking about drinking by the end of the day. You know?
Yep.
So you really do have to be ready to change your thought pattern in the way that you think about this. And once again, whether you're coming at it, I do appreciate you saying that you need to have a personal relationship as well. Because even in the world of exorcism, priests are asked and exorcists are asked to do exorcisms on people that are not Catholic all the time. But the one thing that they will say, and is even in the rubric, in my God, it just left my head, in the Roman ritual, is the follow-up. And a lot of people don't understand that there is direct protocol in the Roman ritual for the exorcist to follow up with the person and to keep following up with them.
To keep
and to
that
advise
away.
them to keep a spiritual, grounded life. Whether you choose Jesus or not, you need to keep yourself spiritually grounded because you have been exposed to this and you are likely to be re-exposed.
Which brings me to question number 2. Why does this happen to certain people? They still don't have answers for that. They're looking at genetics, bloodline, all sorts of different things.
Rh negative blood.
Exactly. But what I found is like there's commonality between the testimonials. One, actually I found 3 answers, not just one. You either are one of the answers or a combination of the 3. First one, you asked for it. Believe me, people ask for it. There are people most likely going through this museum going, man, I wish I could have an experience so I could understand what this is. Be careful what you ask for.
That is a point of consent, as we say on the show all the time. That is the welcome mat in front of your door so that the vampire can walk in.
Exactly. The second one, which I think is the largest group, we found that every single experiencer had opened the door unknowingly because of their background of what they were dealing and involved with. Every one of them had a background in New Age metaphysical, the paranormal, or the occult. Every single one. That's an open door that allows these experiences to happen. And then number 3. Number 3 puzzled me for a while because I didn't know where to go for that one. But because I was looking at this from a Christian perspective, I went to God's Word. The third one, I had adults telling me, I don't fit those 2 answers. It must be something else. And I said, well, why do you say that? And they said, well, because I remember having these experiences since I was a child. And I said, okay, that's different. So let's go back to Scripture and see what it says, if there's anything about that. Lo and behold, in Scripture, in the Bible, God talks about the family structure.
Sins of the fathers,
yes,
things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it says that the man is made to hold the spiritual covering over the family. If the man is not keeping that spiritual covering over his family, then even his children are as susceptible to these events as he is. So I went back and re-interviewed those particular testimonials. I said, I don't want to talk about the experience. I want to talk about what you remember in your family life as a child.
Yeah.
Every single time I found the open door with the parents.
Wow.
So look at it, I've had the opportunity to look at this phenomenon from 3 distinct perspectives. When I first got into this, I was an agnostic humanist. I tried to look at this from the absolute nuts and bolts aspect. That's why I joined MUFON. I could not find answers. They're still not finding answers 70 years later. So during that time, I was also introduced to the New Age metaphysical realm because it was highly associated with the abduction experiencers.
You've got to at least read the material to understand the mentality of the people using it.
Well, I ended up spending, down the hole I went, I ended up spending 4 years in the New Age metaphysical realm as a New Age practitioner myself.
That's all right.
Looking at this phenomenon now from a new perspective.
Sure.
Okay? Still not finding the answers for what this was. And it wasn't until 1996 in November that I was introduced to Jesus Christ. And I said, okay, I want Jesus Christ, because I was being offered protection for the realm that I was dealing with, because the person that offered it to me said, you know, this looks to be very dark and sinister. You need protection. Of course, I whip out my gemstones and said, I got plenty of protection.
Yeah.
She
I
says,
got Jasper right
exactly. She says, no, I'm talking about true protection. And when she read the gospel message to me, I said, I want that protection. So I became a Christian. So now I had the opportunity to continue this research, but now through new lenses of a Christian. And that's when the answers started to come.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be following exactly what I'm seeing in Scripture for what are called spiritual entities, spiritual angelic beings.
Sure.
And in the story of the Bible, there are God's good angels, and then there are the fallen angels that rebelled against God. And what I'm seeing here is everything about deception. Yes.
They still hung out.
Yes. And everything I'm seeing here is pointing to a strong delusion. And what's really interesting is that strong delusion came up in Scripture also. It's part of the end time prophecy talked about in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2.
Sure.
It says at the end times that God himself will send a strong delusion to test humanity one last time. So if that's exactly what we're dealing with here, which I believe it is, that the demonic realm is being allowed to perpetrate the delusion. God is in control of the delusion. He's limiting them on what they're allowed to do. They don't kill people. Just like in the story of Job. He could test Job, but you can't kill him.
Can't touch him.
I'm seeing the same exact thing here. So my perspective on this, I believe we're seeing what is part of the end time delusion with this UFO and occult phenomenon.
Sure.
So this is not about aliens. This is more about your eternal soul. Because if you fall for this, it's going to doom you for an eternity. So what I'm hoping to do here is bring the other side of the coin to the table, so that people, as they look at this phenomenon, they can make an honest decision on what they think it is, not just looking at it from one side.
Yeah, and you know, the example that I give, and I know that there's a lot of my audience out there. My audience knows I'm a former Catholic seminarian, former youth minister, things like that. I follow a much more spiritual path than straight religious these days. However, we have to be grounded. We have to have this understanding. And the example I give on the show all the time is, you know, if you look at a diamond with one unbuffed facet, it doesn't shine nearly as much.
No.
And it's only one facet that's dull.
Yeah.
So even if you're polishing the facet of maybe there is a Christian connection to stopping these, just looking at that facet doesn't discount the whole gem. And polishing that facet makes the rest of the gem shine more. So even though you're bringing up a topic that, yes, many ufologists may want to run the other way from, and even many scientists because of its religious base, I'm sure many psychologists
would be fascinated
Absolutely.
by this. I'm sure many phenomenologists would be fascinated by this.
Even Louis Elizondo talked about this. He said, we've got to step back and look at this from other perspectives.
You've got to be willing to.
And I'm hoping that this is a perspective that's going to be acceptable to look at.
Well, it's a perspective that I think at least over the last decade has gained a lot more traction, Joe.
Sure.
Honestly, because probably the first time I heard this topic was Coast to Coast AM back in the early 2000s.
Yep.
Something like that, where somebody went on and they were talking about the fact of it's interesting how proclaiming the name of Christ stops this.
They were talking about my research. People. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, precisely. And it is interesting to see it getting a lot more attention, especially with people like Chris Bledsoe out there right now, with the light craft, the plasma craft, things like that. And like we were saying, we'll explore for a second the idea especially of consent and of giving consent, because that's a topic that we talk about on the show regularly. Like I told you outside, my rote phrase of, I believe that there is a hominid being roaming the woods of North America and beyond, but I also think that there is something else that is willing to hijack our tropes in our mind as a point of consent to entry.
Absolutely.
If you are sitting against a tree and saying, man, I hope I see a Sasquatch. Man, I want to see a Sasquatch. Something could very well, we just talked about this at Symposium of the Strange all of a week ago with Nikki Folsom. She talks about fairies. And that's very much her research, is the idea of like the people of the Fae. When you look at all this, like these stories and warnings of the Fae have been around in generations and across the globe.
Almost identical to the abduction experience.
Exactly. And you're talking about some Fae that are large and white and glowing. Like, you're talking alien descriptions back in the days of
I think what we're seeing is the Emperor's new clothes.
And that is a very
Emperor.
Beautiful way to put that. And, especially when it comes to that, let's focus real quick on who they are. Because once again, do they necessarily have to be demonic in order to do this? When you look at especially the concept of Solomonic magic, the keys of Solomon, things like that. Once again, the jinn, the angels, the demons that he was given reign over with that technology, none of them were declared as, hey, this is Azarath. He's evil. Like, none of them were declared good or evil. They were just angels or demons. But the demons were never defined as evil in that way. Even in the Bible, like you said, the fallen angels were fully welcome back in the court of heaven to come up and talk and tempt man and still carry out their job as angels, as messengers to mankind.
Yes.
So the idea of especially Solomon's power over them, his dominion over them, because of his blessing by God. One of the things
that's
we bring up
the key difference.
That the idea that, especially in that kind of magic, and even when you're talking things like Judaism, stuff like that, the idea that we were uniquely breathed into by the Creator means that we take part in that creative spirit, which puts us a rung above them as far as dominion goes.
Scripture actually says we are below the angels, but in the end, we will judge the angels.
Exactly. So even though they're more powerful than us here, we can rebuke them.
Yes.
We can keep them away because unlike them who were just created, we share in that creative breath that brought them to life too. So,
which is what the strong delusion is all about. God wants you to make that decision for him, not for them.
That's right.
And that's what it's coming down to.
Yeah. Because it's got to be your decision. I mean, that was literally the argument and the philosophic debate in the seminary all the time was the concept of free will.
Exactly.
And did we you have to have it? Without that, you're a puppet.
Yeah,
you aren't choosing to follow God. You're being made to follow God.
In the research, the abduction research, a lot of the researchers are saying that the experiencers didn't ask for this. But like I said, you either asked for it or you unknowingly opened that door to it, or it was open for you.
Because they play by a different set of rules.
Exactly.
Like, literally, they play by a different set of rules. Like,
Your consent in a different way is no different than, sure, you may have the ring that can control the jinn, but if you ask him for 1,000 pounds of gold, that doesn't mean he can't drop it on your head.
Sure.
Them's the rules.
Sure.
He can totally grant your wish, but be careful how you ask for it.
And in the end, it's who you follow. That's the big thing.
Well, and that's just it. And especially, once again, the idea of who you're asking. Before we did this interview, one of the things I brought up, that I bring up on the show regularly with this, is CE5. I'm all about a human-driven connection. I think it's a beautiful thing if we're intended in the right way and we're connecting to the right energies. But the problem comes to bear. How do you know? How do you know that you aren't being deceived? How can you be even the most adept can be deceived?
And that's where we've been given that litmus paper, which is Scripture. Scripture says, test the spirits, and here's how to test them. And these people are not testing the spirits. They're wanting something special. They're all about having special knowledge, which, special knowledge. That's the same thing that was in the Garden of Eden, wasn't it?
It's also one of the same things that you obtain whenever you are possessed.
Yes.
You have knowledge of things unseen and unknown.
Yes, exactly the same thing. So, we've got to have that litmus paper to be able to test what we're doing.
Surely.
I think the CE5, the danger in that is I see it as just another modern day rendition of spiritism that we saw with Madame Blavatsky back in the 1800s.
The dangers, once again, it's like, and I bring this up regularly when talking about paranormal investigation, whatever. If you would like to bring a medium onto site to gather impressions, maybe you should check out this room, things like that. Awesome, amazing. Should you be using the same said medium to walk around and ask questions? Probably not. You are literally opening an invitation. And though that person may be adept, that does not mean you're there, your intent is with them. So that means like you're behind that open door and window with them.
You're unknowingly opening the door.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So you do have to be careful because once again, it's frequency. It's frequency of thought. And if you're open, I'm not saying don't be open to the experience, people, of course, but you've got to be wary, you've got to be careful, and you've got to be educated about it. One of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because a lot of my show is demystification. Understanding these things. And once again, if we don't polish that facet of the gem, Joe, the whole gem doesn't shine the same.
Unlike that one.
Exactly. You've got to be willing to at least explore the option. You've got to be willing to at least look at the data dispassionately.
And that's what I did right from the very beginning, because having the opportunity from three different perspectives, I've looked at it from all the different perspectives.
And lived the different
And lived it. I actually lived it. That's correct. And it wasn't until this one that the answers just started flowing and made more sense. So.
Yeah. Now, how do we, I guess, go forth, spread that message? Because of course there will be a lot of people that are reticent to the religious side of it. How can we get this message out there, Joe? How can we make people understand that?
That's been the $64,000 question for me for 32 years now. Luckily, technology is advanced since I started in all of this. Now we have podcasts that I can be on. I get a chance to talk at conferences. Matter of fact, I'm speaking tomorrow down at the Clarion with my partner, Guy Malone. He's doing the talk on the myth of Roswell crash. And so we bring the other side of the coin to the table. And it's pretty much, I've had to do this on my own, is just make myself available so I can talk to people.
That's it.
And the more that I'm able to get out there, the more new people are able to see this part of the research, and that's where more testimonies come in. I'm still getting testimonies weekly from people that have just now come across my research of 30 years, I've had the opportunity that enough people were interested in the findings where they publish it in their own books. I think there's over 50 books now, different authors that have included my research in their writings. So I know it's grabbing attention. It's just that, matter of fact, 2007 here in Roswell, the 60th anniversary conference, I had the chance to speak, and I titled the talk, "The Unwanted Piece of the UFO Puzzle." it packed the house.
Wow.
Just because of the title.
Yeah.
So it's getting the right title out there gets
Yeah.
their attention. It's all about marketing, and I'm working on it.
It is.
So
Horribly and sadly
yeah,
it is.
sadly it is.
Even Jesus needs marketing.
Oh yeah.
But it's an important concept, and it's really something that I beg my audience to at least look into, whether you're religious or not, because it really does speak to the phenomenology of something,
Sure.
and to, like you said, a way that at least hundreds, if not thousands, of cases have been stopped by
Yeah.
this. And it really is, I think, an important piece of data, at least even if you're looking at it from the psychological point of view of, I will own this situation.
Yeah.
Like putting forth your authority
Sure.
in the situation. Much like any bully on a playground, the
Yeah.
minute you assert your authority to them and take your authority back, they normally back down.
Sure.
So even the idea psychologically of you're standing up to them and saying, I will not allow this, and he won't allow this through me.
Exactly.
That says something.
You know, talking about the CE5 protocol, first conference I ever spoke at with the new findings that I came across was actually, no, this was 1997,
Okay.
and it was actually a New Age metaphysical conference. I used to follow a channeler when I was in the New Age, and I was still friends with her when I became a Christian, and she decided to put on this symposium, New Age symposium, there in Titusville, where I'm from. And she said, I want you to come speak. I said, Gillian, are you sure you want me to speak at this? Do you know what I'm talking about, right? She says, yeah, it's controversial. That's always good for the crowd. I says, okay. So in something, yeah. So something that I said during the talk is, and I still say it today, I said, you know, these people are reaching out, wanting to make contact with somebody, something. I said, why reach out to something, the lesser gods, when you could have a conversation and relationship with the creator of the universe himself? So that's my word to the CE5 people.
Yeah.
You're talking to the wrong spirit. You can talk to the creator himself. These things you're talking to, they're lesser gods. They're meaningless.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. And I want to thank you so much for your time. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about your work, Joe,
Sure.
where they can go to contact you if they need help.
Sure.
Everything right there in the camera. Let everybody know.
I'm CE4 Research. That's my group that I head, Abduction Investigations. You can go to my website at www.stopalienabduction.com. And I have CE4 Research Truth is my YouTube channel. All of my talks, my podcasts, are all on my YouTube channel, so you can see my progress over the years. And then if you want to reach out to me personally, if you have a testimony, or if you would like more information on how you can terminate your experiences that have destroyed your life, you can reach me at ce4president@yahoo.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Joe. I greatly appreciate your time on this very busy event.
Thank you.
While you are online checking out everything from Joe Jordan and StopAlienAbduction.com, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of the episodes. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the books, movies, and courses from our guests in our store. Make sure to stop on by Curious Research as well and get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our waning coverage of the 2025 Roswell UFO Festival right here in Roswell, New Mexico, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's final parts of our coverage of the Roswell UFO Festival right here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. We're very pleased to be joined by the author of the foreword to the Roswell Ultimate Code Case, Joseph Bookman. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
It's great to be here. I'm having a fantastic day.
Now, your website, The People of Earth Apologize. Tell us a little bit about the concept behind that.
Yeah, so I was involved in corporate and individual training involving mission statements and plans of action, whatever. And as a part of that training, I started asking myself, what do I want to do to make the biggest difference possible on the planet in the limited amount of time I have left? Sure. You know, a lot of us imagine we're going to live forever, apparently, based on how we act. But I can sense growing older and leaving a legacy. And so in 2007, I was working with that company and doing those kind of trainings and kind of looking in the mirror at me. And I believe the evidence that some advanced life has been engaged with humanity is credible. I don't talk about believing or disbelieving in UFOs.
Yeah,
that puts it all in the world of religion. But let's look at the most compelling evidence. And among that includes Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon.
Absolutely.
You can find a YouTube video of him saying he'd been privileged enough to have been briefed on the fact that we've attempted to reverse engineer non-human created technology. Sixth man to walk on the moon, PhD from MIT.
Yep.
And yet that just kind of goes into a cotton ball of apathy in terms of how it impacted the media or the population of Earth at large. Yep. So I can imagine, as Stan Friedman used to say, a benign to benevolent alien writing a junior high school report on planet Earth, right? Primary activity, killing each other. You know, primary economic activity, developing ever more horrible ways of killing each other. Right now, there's 10,000 nuclear missiles pointed at you, at me, at us. They're all pointed down. None of them go away. Well, that's insanity. It's literally called mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Mad.
And we're okay with that.
We appear to be, or we've gone numb to it, or calloused to it, or cynical about it. But an alien dropping by to visit, I mean, imagine you're in a spaceship, you go to a planet full of lizards, and they got 10,000 nukes pointed down at the planet.
Yeah.
Not a place I want to drop by for tea. And then I've also presented to NASA's SETI conference. Every 2 years they used to hold a Contact Cultures of the Imagination conference. Yeah. And I had visited there even earlier as a tourist. But you know, they've got the satellite dishes and they're listening for radio broadcasts that have traveled at liminal speeds across long distances, and maybe we'd find evidence of technological cultures out there. And I had this moment where I realized if they're here, they've got artificial intelligence. I mean, we've got the beginnings of artificial intelligence. They've got whatever we have times 1,000. That artificial intelligence would be downloading and analyzing everything on our internet, all of our broadcasts, all of our cell phone calls, instantaneously, right? And I don't need a telescope to talk to aliens. I just need a website if that's happening. Where would I then begin a conversation? So with a benign to benevolent alien or angel or ancestors or even God, where would you start a conversation as an earthling, you know? And it reminds me of when our kids pulled all the pots and pans out of every kitchen cabinet, you know, and I go in and I see this horrible mess. What I want to hear as a dad is, we had a lot of fun. We weren't really thinking about this. We're really sorry. There's no way we can put it back together by ourselves. Yeah. Could you give me a hand? Yeah. So I put up www.thepeopleofearthapologize.com in 2007. and I started soliciting apologies from people who felt like this was a good idea.
Sure.
And publishing them there. And that was right before my first campaign for the United States House, where I ran for a seat as a representative in the House in 2008, with Rob Bishop and Morgan Bowen being the Republican and Democrat.
Oh, wow.
And I brought that into the campaign.
Yeah.
Like, this is an important political issue. In 2008, I was ridiculed horribly, right?
Yeah.
I ran again in 2017. Jason Chaffetz resigned right after getting elected. And between 2008 and 2017, there had been a tipping point in how the media and a lot of voters and the audiences looked at advocating for an investigation, deeper investigation into evidence of humanity's engagement with non-human created intelligence or technology. So the website's out there. I let it go dormant for a while. I just brought it back a couple of years ago. I'm looking for a 12-year-old who can do the graphic design, somebody who knows WordPress. I wrote it in Dreamweaver way back when.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I thought I knew HTML. I need help.
Well, you know, this is a topic of code. We have Keith Seland right over here, the author of the Humaniverse, on the show at least a few times a year. And that is a conversation that we have with him regularly. I'm an audio-video engineer in the world of corporate AV. So the conferences you went to, I was the one in the black in the back.
Yeah, right.
But one of the things that I bring up in reference to that all the time is the first thing they're going to find on the way, they're going to hear our communications long before they ever get here.
Right.
And imagine the way your mind works. If you read a story and you have zero frame of reference other than that one thing, if you hear a radio, a prime example is War of the Worlds. With zero frame of reference, what happened when people heard War of the Worlds? People went to madness. People literally looted towns, stuff like that. Madness occurred. So the idea that that's the first thing that's going to happen is they have zero frame of reference as to why Hitler took over. They just hear the horrible things about Hitler, you know. So yeah, it's an interesting concept of A, are we ready to have that conversation as a global human race?
Yeah.
And B, are we ready for their reaction when they arrive here? Will they even arrive here, or will they lock the door on the way by?
I don't know, but we're certainly ready to begin sending a message out.
Exactly.
Whether the conversation is ready to begin. Yeah, we already. I mean, that was the premise of Carl Sagan's Contact and the movie, that the first high-powered transmissions were the Olympic Games in Germany in 1937. And then they send it back to us, which freaks out Jodie Foster. But I think that, I find the evidence credible that they are here.
Absolutely.
That some form of non-human intelligence is here. It seems to be poking us every now and then, but mostly observing and watching. And I can imagine if I were in their position looking at the Earth, that perhaps it looks something like a caterpillar in a chrysalis state. And you know, if you try to help a caterpillar come out of its cocoon, and it's struggling and struggling, it looks like it's going to die before it can even get out of there. But if you try to help, you'll kill the butterfly, because it won't develop the strength in its wings to be able to fly, and then it will die. And I have a sense that that's how aliens, at least the benign to benevolent ones, are looking at us. Like, humanity needs to work this out on its own, and we're going to stand by, and we're curious, and we're probably infinitely patient. And then whether they would stop a global thermonuclear war or not, I don't know. I certainly wouldn't count on it. I think we need to fix it ourselves.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Because quite literally, you're looking at the best place to look is Gene Roddenberry, the first rule of the Galactic Federation. You do not interfere.
Right.
You do not interfere with what's going on a planet. Observe, watch, see what's going on, learn lessons from it, maybe even, you know, get technology or ideas of it, but you don't interfere with that race of people, because you may utterly disturb that whole ecosystem on your way out.
Yeah, it's the butterfly effect. You make some small change, and a butterfly flaps its wings in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and there's a thunderstorm in San Francisco a week later. You can't. Maybe they know or have a better idea of the future consequences of small acts.
Sure.
Maybe they can even time travel and undo things that they've done. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I moderated the abduction panel last night with Travis Walton and Kathleen Martin and Thom Reed. and Jennifer Stein. And I said to Travis, something occurred to me, which was, they brought him back 5 days later. It created a huge kerfuffle. His colleagues were accused of murder. There were lie detector tests. It split the town of Snowflake, Arizona in half because part of the community believed them, part didn't, part believed Travis today, part still don't. Well, if they were really intending not to upset us with the butterfly effect, because that was a pretty big butterfly effect with Travis, and they had access to time travel, they would have brought him back, in the moment that happened. They could have taken him away, spent away with time. So apparently they didn't have access to that, or they didn't intend to use it, or maybe it's not that precise. I don't know. But they brought him back 5 days later.
Yes.
Was that intentional? And if they had access to time dilation, would they have returned him?
Sure.
I don't know. It's a mystery with Travis's case. And he's sitting right there, by the way, as I'm talking. It's just fantastic. You got to come to Roswell.
It's a great show.
It's about the people.
It is.
Who you meet here and you get a chance to talk to. I told everybody there were about 140 or so people last night. Look, you've got 2 hours with some of the most credible experiencers of contact with non-humans.
That's right.
Ever. Tonight could change your life.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, I said, go home, pull up Fire in the Sky, pull up Jennifer's Travis documentary, pull up The Interrupted Journey, where Barney Hill is played by James Earl Jones, of all people.
Yeah.
Don't sleep and come back tomorrow.
That was the credibility of it.
Yeah.
When you look at that, the fact that, and this is something that I brought up recently on the show, because not a lot of people realize how many made-for-TV movies like that there were back in the day. There was one about Tea and Doe. There was a made-for-TV movie about the heads of Heaven's Gate.
Wow. I did not know.
Called The Other Two, I believe it was called. But literally, it's their entire story. So these things were looked at differently by the media at one point. There was definitely we talked with Donald Schmidt right next to you about a lot of the suppression that happened with Roswell, and there's tons of suppression. But there were also some really interesting things like that came out that had major release on national television and big impact whenever it happened. And then years later, we find out something else. Much like Travis's case, whenever we talk to him, and even Thom Reed's case right here behind you, a lot of what the public knows and is familiar with from that story are utterly Hollywoodized concepts. And they aren't exactly what the experiencer themselves experienced. So even that kerfuffle of how do we get the real story? How do we get the real story out to people about what happened so that we can correct that narrative before it goes way down rabbit holes? If you don't start digging in an angle, eventually you're at the bottom of a hole.
The I find amusing as my friends who say, well, come on, Joe. The government can't keep any secrets. They couldn't even keep Monica Lewinsky's.
They did a great job with Trinity.
They did. But they say, they couldn't even keep Monica Lewinsky's dress secret. Well, in a post-disclosure world, those same people are going to turn around and say, well, see, there's all Don Schmidt's books and Stan Friedman's books, and they didn't keep it secret. But in this moment, before that occurs, we're saying, well, it can't possibly be true.
Yeah.
But they've done an effective job, I think, of intentional disinformation that has been piled on top of this silver thread of truth. And that truth is, Ed Mitchell was briefed on that. Jesse Marcel Sr. was not an idiot. This was the only atomic bomb-capable military force on the planet at the time. Was based in Roswell. Why would the aliens go to New Mexico? Well, this was where the Enola Gay was, the plane that dropped the bombs on Japan. They were all here, and those people misidentified a weather balloon as an alien craft. Give me a break. Well, on top of that sliver of real truth, they've dumped a ton of disinformation, and then that disinformation has attracted a circus of fraudsters who are taking money from the gullible and taking people out in the desert for $7,000 to have 4 days of staring at the stars. I think you know who I'm talking about. And other hucksters who are out there, selling their movies and engaged in fraud with their contracts with their producers and getting sued. You know who I'm talking about. And then there's also the people who are maybe in need of some psychiatric intervention that are also attracted to the UFO field. So you got the the sideshow circus of the fraudsters and hucksters and the gullible and people who are maybe a little off center. But under there somewhere are the serious scientists, the academics, and the credible witnesses who are not lying. I don't believe Travis Walton has made up a thing in his entire life.
There's zero vested interest to impact your entire life and the lives of your friends who you've known and worked with for years in that kind of way. There's zero vested interest and that's just it. It's not like he's sitting in a 120,000 square foot mansion from the money he's made from movies or stories or books or anything like that. That's not who Travis is and not what he's about.
And if you ask him, as I did last night, if you could do it over, would you stay in the truck? Would you put your hand on that handle? Would you leave the door shut? The answer was, hell yeah, I would not get out. It's created an awful lot of chaos and an awful lot of pain.
Yeah.
So why would someone do that? I think Michio Kaku, the physicist. How's his name pronounced?
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, thank you very much. He is now saying, as a serious scientist, the burden of proof is on those who say
it
isn't happening.
That's it.
Right?
Exactly.
The bulk of the evidence shows some non-human intelligence and technology is engaging us.
Yeah.
The burden of proof is now on those who would deny that.
Well, and that's a point that I bring up on my show all the time is let's keep capital E evidence right where it belongs, that's what you should give your lawyer to get you out of prison.
Yeah.
Everything else is data. So let's look at it as data the same way science would. Let's don't call it evidence until it is, because that's proper. But there is also a realm of things that happen. Once again, the 2 to 3 percentile of cases that are out there that are fully credible in that kind of way. And when you look at it in that scientific point of view of, well, there's only a 3 to 5% anomaly that is unexplainable when it comes to UFO. There's only a 3 to 5% of abduction cases that have this kind of credibility, like these 3 people directly behind us, but does that make it false? No. And just like any good DA, if somebody comes in and has their Me Too moment, you believe the experiencer until proven otherwise.
Yeah. I think that's what we should do.
And that's where we should be with this. We should be believing every experiencer until proven otherwise, because at that point it's on the burden of proof of the doubter.
Yeah.
Just like you're saying.
A couple of years ago at Contact in the Desert, I got asked a question, who speaks for humanity? Right, if we're going to have first contact, who speaks for humanity?
The UN intergalactic representative from Korea.
Okay.
There is actually an interplanetary representative at the UN now.
I think that's great.
As of 2012.
But if you talk to these experiencers, right, they're not communicating with this non-human intelligence by mouths moving and vibrating air, right?
Yeah.
They're able to read our thoughts. They're able to communicate non-verbally. And what I said at Contact in the Desert is, we're all speaking for humanity right now.
That's right.
Maybe what we need to do, if you're interested in first contact or open contact, is, change the kind of stuff we're posting on the internet. Because if it's out there on the internet, they're grokking it, to use a Heinlein term.
Absolutely.
Downloading it all. They're getting every radio broadcast, every cell phone call. But beyond that, if you believe the experiencers, they're also getting our thoughts.
Yep.
So the answer to who speaks for humanity is, we're not going to send some guy from the UN out there who's going to say, oh yeah, don't believe the vast body of communication you're getting from human brains. That's not what's really happening. I'm here to speak for humanity. No, they're going to know what we're thinking, what our fears are, what our hopes are, what our intentions are. We need to quiet down the violent intentions, amp up the loving thoughts toward each other, change the nature of what's out in our media, and then see what happens.
Yeah.
I know if I were the alien, I'd be waiting for that.
Absolutely.
Like if I had the ability to monitor all their broadcasts on some planet, much less read their minds, I'm going to wait to drop by when I know it's safe to have a cup of tea.
That's
and
right.
I ain't going anywhere with 10,000 nukes pointed down.
Yeah,
So,
precisely.
why don't they disclose? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? At the same time, they do seem to be poking us or contacting a few of us or engaging with families over generations.
Yeah.
Maybe even experimenting with our DNA. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and we speak a lot about vibration on there. I'm a I'm an audio engineer. I make binaural beat music, things like that. And one of the things I say on shows regularly is frequency is not just a sound, tone, or color. It is your thought form. Your thought form is your frequency as well. How frequently are you thinking something? So yeah, if they're tied into those frequencies, our collective thought form as humanity is what they're picking up. So if we have that collective thought form of fear, even like what the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance is all about. The idea of changing the dialogue. When you look even around us at the representation in film, you look at the first movie ever, Gorton, my favorite, right here next to us. That was fear. That was utter fear. They are coming. They're invading. We need to get our military ready. Everything. There are very few movies that show an open E.T., but even that had fear, and they were after E.T. So most of the
Spielberg
movies...
went back and re-edited it to take the guns out and replace them with walkie-talkies.
CBs, yeah. I remember that.
Oh, man.
That killed me inside.
Yeah.
But that's just it. When you're talking about an overall dialogue of this phenomenon, it's entrenched in fear. It's entrenched in it. And we really do have to change that mentality about the topic from the jump.
Yeah. Roddenberry was an exception to that with an awful lot of Star Trek.
Absolutely.
But you're right. Fear and violence is what sells.
Yeah.
It's what amps up your emotions.
It's what's sexy.
It's what's sexy. Anyhow, I'm thinking about a tangent.
That's
if
okay.
You want
tangent.
Google the excitation transfer theory.
Okay.
So this was my PhD advisor was a guy named Dolph Zillman who pioneered that field, and one of the things we were looking at was why horror movies tend to have couples showing up, right? It wasn't, you'd think a horror movie was something a single guy would go to, or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was always a guy and a girl and a guy. And what he found was that if emotion has two characteristics. One is its direction, right? It's valence. So the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference, right? The opposite of joy is fear and so forth. So you got this range of emotions that could be represented in a circle. And then you have the emotional intensity. So you go to the horror movie and you get fear and you peg out on emotional intensity and the movie's over. And now the intensity stays, the excitation transfers to the subsequent emotion, which is then you go out and make out in the car. So those horror movies were attracting couples because it seemed to have a benefit later in the transfer of the intensity of emotion.
It gets the hormones moving in the brain, and
it does.
That's what you're left with.
It's hard to get that sense of love in a motion picture. Fear is easy. Horror is easy. Well, changing that culture would be something that might move us toward that kind of contact experience as well.
Yeah. Well, and we really need to focus on that because once again, it's our frequency of thought, and that frequency of thought literally guides the conversation as well. And if we aren't open to the experience of an experiencer, then we've got a very, very narrow keyhole through which we're looking at a phenomenon. Because if you even in science, the first step is observation. The second step is question. And
replication's nice too.
And that's where I say it all the time on the show, every single experiencer is a scientist. You've already started the scientific method. Like you've got the first two steps going. Beyond that, it's collecting data, testing, things like that. So you've already started the citizen science just by having your sighting, by having your experience. Are you following it through with that kind of same fervor? Are you willing to follow it through in that kind of way and inspect more and follow your experience more, dig deeper into that? What does it mean to you? How does it change you? The one thing I've found amongst every experiencer is the change that has happened long-term in their life. The way that they view the world in a totally different way than they ever viewed it.
The other thing we can do is put people on orbit or send them out to flip around the moon and come back, and you get what's described as the overview effect. So Ed Mitchell experienced that. Apparently most, if not all, of the Apollo astronauts, there were 24 human beings who went out to the moon and came back. Not all of them landed, 12 landed and walked, but 24 went out and back. 3 went twice, so 27 seats out and back. Among those who did that, they looked at the pale blue dot of the Earth and suddenly you think, what are we fighting over? Imagined lines in the sand.
It's all
This is
useless.
one little marble.
Yeah.
I think one can reach the sense of an overview effect individually by just contemplating the reality of who we are, where we live, what's the purpose of life, and surely it's not to fight over inches of territory and engage in the kind of
Or
activity.
your favorite football team.
Yeah, that's nuts as well.
Distractions.
The bigger issue is the death in Ukraine and Russia and in the Middle East and elsewhere.
Feeding
the
hungry.
enslavement of human beings, the starvation of children. Those things probably need to end as well. But yeah, even the nationalism of USA at the Olympics. I'm like, no. No, I'm all about cheering on individual accomplishment.
That's right.
Or even some
Even
team
team
sports.
accomplishment.
But why associate it with a flag or a nation and we're good, they're bad, we're
When
better,
the
you're
fervor
worse?
comes about, that's one of the things we bring up regularly, especially when it comes to paranormal things like that, is the want of confirmation married with confirmation bias.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous place to
It's a
be.
dangerous
It's a
place to be.
dangerous place to exist as a person.
In terms of self-identification, you'll find an article written in 2008 during my first campaign for Congress. And I'm like, I think the organizing political unit is a galaxy. So forget all this, go USA, go France, whatever, soccer. Go Milky Wayans.
That's right.
Let's organize there and then see how that works out.
And the idea of exopolitics.
Yeah.
The idea of we need to be ready to have that conversation on a larger level. It's time, and we need to be ready for it.
Jesse Marcel Jr., who is a child of Roswell, said after the citizens' hearing in 2013, and I'll paraphrase it, but he said as he imagines life throughout the cosmos, that we're all connected, because at some point in time, there was quantum entanglement and a singularity.
That's right.
And in that moment, we were all one. And why don't we recognize that common connection between us and all life out there? I mean, my goodness, we can't even get along on Earth with human beings that have a slightly different skin color.
Yep.
What is our hope for dealing with a praying mantis being?
Yeah, precisely. And, I will take that one step further into the fact that we are all still connected because we're 90% empty space contained by a quantum field.
There you
So
go.
I am sharing an electron field with my wife in Florida right now.
Yeah.
By all ninth grade science that I was taught and made an A in. So, we are fully connected right now.
Once you reach that sort of internal awareness, do you really need some politician to disclose anything? It's like, it's about time. So I'd encourage all of your listeners and anyone else who comes across this podcast to engage in that kind of work. If you're a logical positive, start looking at the harder evidence from eyewitnesses like a guy with a PhD who walked on the moon.
Yeah.
Look at Ed Mitchell. Look at the statements now that have been given to the United States House under oath with pretty severe penalties for lying to Congress, for perjuring yourself. Start there. Or if you're someone who's already in a meditative state or whatever, just start putting it out there that you'd like to hear from them, whoever they are. And apparently, if you believe some of the latest testimony, there's this psionics that's occurring where actual craft can appear when people call them forth.
Yeah.
And apparently, our military, some agencies within it are doing that as well.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that's just it. Looking at all these different modalities, looking at all these different ways to not just contact them, but to contact each other and make that connection. My father is one of those. I'm 50. He's about 75. His statement about the hearings. What about all these little green men? What are these guys talking? Who cares about all that? I'm like, okay. But do you care about billions of dollars over the last 70 years being shifted without your knowledge?
Yeah, and without congressional oversight.
Without congressional oversight, because
some would
eventually,
call that treason.
And we will not. I don't think we aren't going to have the Houdini moment of somebody wheeling out a gurney in the middle of Congress with a sheet over it and pulling it off, and there's the wreckage with a finger. But what we're going to see, I think, because of good people like Grush, who've said it was my job to follow the money to the door, and when I got there, they slammed it in my face. We will probably end up within the next 5 years or so with an Ollie North character with his hand up saying, I worked for this alphabet agency. I wrote the checks, and this is where it went.
Yeah, and I'd like to believe Grush has done that in the skiff.
Yes,
you know,
same.
I think there's some hints of that coming out from Burchett and Luna and others.
It seems that way.
So we'll see. It's an exciting time to be alive, and the most exciting place to be is here in Roswell.
Amen to that. Before we let you go, one last time, let everybody know where they can go to find your research, where they can go to submit.
Go look at my website, and then please send me your Vita, and I'll hire you to make it a prettier thing graphically. www.thepeopleofearthapologize.com. I'm trying to put something out on the internet that makes up for all the porn and cat videos that the ETs might go.
Porn videos.
Yeah, well, those are. I haven't seen that. Oh my goodness! Please no.
You aren't deep enough on Reddit.
No, I'm not. But I'd like to believe seriously that this website will go down in history as something that might have been a tipping point toward. Okay, there's the kind of thing we're waiting for humanity to start having that perspective and point of view.
And it really, truly is time. Joseph, thank you so
pleasure.
much for your time. I'd love to have you on again and again to talk about this because truly it is one of those, it's a conversation that needs to be had. And as I normally tagline the show out with, it's your open hearts, your open minds that make the conversation, and without the conversation, humanity does not march forward. That is literally the tagline of this show. So it's what we are about. I would love to have you on again and again.
Anytime.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, you are online, everybody, checking out everything from the People of Earth Apologize.com. Make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe. It's where you can catch all of our interviews every Tuesday live at 8 p.m. That's where you can find all of the books, movies, and classes from our guests. Stay tuned through this commercial break. We'll be right back with our final bit of coverage from the International UFO Museum right here in Roswell, New Mexico with the Roswell UFO Festival. Right after this, folks. And that brings a wrap to the Curious Realm's official coverage of the 2025 Roswell UFO Festival in Roswell, New Mexico. Thank you so much to the International UFO Museum there in Roswell for not only hosting us to come in and interview so many friends that we already have as guests on the show, but also to make so many new friends. It was a fantastic experience. It was a great event. I highly recommend anybody, not only researcher, but just casual attendee, families. It's a fantastic family event. You should make it out to the Roswell UFO Festival. It is absolutely awesome. It happens every year over 4th of July weekend right there in Roswell, New Mexico. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time tonight. Thank you so much for your open hearts, your open minds. It is that which makes the conversation, and without the conversation, humanity does not march forward. So remember, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media family of podcasts. For more shows and members-only content, visit groundzeroplus.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.